Story 1. During dinner, my mother said she was going to sell the family business and wouldn't give me a single cent. My siblings laughed and said I would always be poor. But when I revealed who the buyer was, they were shocked. My name is Jessica, and I'm about to tell you the most complicated Christmas dinner story you'll ever hear. 8 years. That's how long I stayed away from Boston, from my family, from everything that made me feel small and worthless. But sitting in my Austin apartment last December, staring at the formal invitation written in my mother's careful handwriting, I knew it was time. The flight felt longer than usual. In my carry-on was a manila folder containing documents that would change everything. But nobody knew that yet. The Morrison family home looked exactly the same. A modest 2-story colonial in Jamaica Plain with green shutters and a white picket fence that needed painting. Mom's old sedan was in the driveway next to Marcus' pickup truck. I could see warm light spilling from the dining room windows. I rang the doorbell instead of using my old key. When Mom opened the door, her face cycled through surprise, confusion, and something that might have been relief. Jessica. Her voice was smaller than I remembered. We didn't think you'd actually come. The invitation said Christmas dinner at 6, I replied. It's 5:55. Inside, the house smelled like roasted turkey and old memories. Dad was setting the table, his hair grayer than in photos Marcus occasionally posted online. Marcus himself was opening wine, already looking flushed. David looked exhausted, dark circles under his eyes. Look who decided to grace us with her presence, Marcus said. The prodigal daughter returns. Marcus, Dad warned quietly. What? 8 years, Jess. 8 years of nothing. We didn't even know if you were alive. I took off my coat. I've been busy. Doing what exactly? Mom asked. Last we heard you were doing computer work in Texas. Something like that. Dinner conversation was stilted. They talked about local news, Dad's retirement plans, Marcus' sales numbers. I mostly listened, observing how they'd aged, how dynamics had shifted but stayed the same. During dessert, Mom cleared her throat in that way that meant important news. I suppose this is as good a time as any, she said, looking at me. We're selling the company. The room went quiet. My heart started beating faster. Morrison Medical Devices is being acquired by Phoenix Solutions. The deal closes January 15th. Her voice carried relief and resignation. It's for $2.8 million. Marcus nearly choked. 2.8? Mom, that's barely what Grandpa's equipment was worth. It's fair considering our situation. I knew exactly what situation she meant. I'd been tracking the company through public records. David had even called me 6 months ago. Phoenix Solutions, I repeated thoughtfully. Tell me about them. Small company, very professional, Dad said. They specialize in modernizing medical equipment manufacturers. They want to keep all employees, maintain local operations. That's generous. We're lucky they made an offer, Mom admitted. We were 6 months from bankruptcy. I nodded slowly, then reached for my purse. I have something to tell you all. I pulled out the manila folder. Phoenix Solutions, the company buying Morrison Medical Devices. I own it. Profound silence. Marcus' fork clattered. Mom went pale. David stared with his mouth open. Dad just blinked. That's not possible, Mom whispered. I opened the folder, spreading documents across the table. Business licenses, incorporation papers, tax filings, all bearing my name as CEO and sole owner. I started Phoenix Solutions 6 years ago in Austin. We specialize in modernizing small medical equipment manufacturers. You're buying us out? Marcus asked quietly. I bought you out. The paperwork is filed. I've been the mystery buyer for 3 months. I looked around the table at their stunned faces. 8 years of silence. And this was how I chose to break it. How about we start with why I left? I said. Then I'll tell you how a girl who was told she'd never understand business just saved the family company. Let me paint you a picture of how Morrison Medical Devices actually worked. My grandfather started it in 1987, building heart monitors in his garage for local clinics who couldn't afford expensive equipment from major manufacturers. By the time I was born, it had grown into a modest operation with 25 employees and a factory space in Dorchester. When Grandpa died 12 years ago, Mom inherited everything. She'd worked there since college, handling administration and customer relations. She knew the business inside and out, but had very specific ideas about how things should run. The most important rule: women didn't understand the technical side of medical devices. This was rich considering Mom ran the entire operation. But in her mind, there was a clear distinction. She could manage business, handle finances, deal with customers, but actual engineering, product development, that was men's work. Marcus was the golden child, the heir apparent. At 35, he'd worked at Morrison Medical for 8 years with the official title of sales director. In reality, he maintained relationships with exactly 3 clients, all personal connections. His father-in-law ran a clinic in Quincy, his college roommate worked at a medical supply company, and his golf buddy managed purchasing for a nursing home chain. That was Marcus' entire sales network, generating maybe $200,000 in annual revenue. But Mom talked about him like he was a business genius. Marcus has such a natural way with people, she'd say. He understands relationship building in a way that can't be taught. What she really meant was that he was charming enough to maintain existing relationships but completely incapable of generating new business. Then there was David, my younger brother, who was actually brilliant. He had a degree in biomedical engineering from Northeastern and could troubleshoot any equipment blindfolded. When clients called with problems, David solved them. When equipment needed upgrading, David figured it out on a shoestring budget. When the FDA required new compliance documentation, David researched and implemented it. For this, he earned $38,000 a year, while Marcus pulled down $55,000 for playing golf with old friends. Dad's role was intentionally minimal. He handled basic bookkeeping using software they'd installed in 1994, processed payroll, and managed inventory. Mom liked having him involved enough to feel important, but not enough to actually influence decisions. The company's financials were exactly what you'd expect. Annual revenue of $450,000 with an 8% profit margin. Not terrible for a small manufacturing business, but not thriving either. They were stuck in maintenance mode, doing enough to stay afloat, but never growing, never innovating, never positioning for the future. I'd grown up watching all this, spending summers and weekends at the factory, listening to Grandpa explain how monitors worked, why design choices mattered, what made their products different. By 16, I could calibrate a heart monitor faster than most technicians. I understood the engineering principles, regulatory requirements, market dynamics. None of this mattered to Mom. I was the daughter, and daughters didn't grow up to run medical device companies. I could help with filing, answer phones during busy periods, handle administrative tasks that didn't require technical knowledge, but actual engineering, business strategy. Those were serious responsibilities requiring serious people, meaning men. This was the dynamic I grew up in, a family business where capability was distributed randomly, but recognition followed strict patriarchal hierarchy. Marcus got respect for mediocre results. David got overlooked despite excellent work. I got dismissed before I had a chance to prove myself. The day that changed everything happened on a Tuesday in March 8 years ago. I was 24, just graduated from MIT with a software engineering degree and bursting with ideas about modernizing Morrison medical devices. I'd spent my senior year developing a software system that could integrate with existing heart monitors to provide predictive analytics. Instead of just measuring heart rate and rhythm, the system could identify patterns indicating potential problems before they became emergencies. It wasn't groundbreaking by Silicon Valley standards, but for small clinics using basic equipment, it could be revolutionary. The software ran on a simple tablet, interfaced through Bluetooth, and provided early warning systems that could save lives. I'd worked on this for months, staying up until 3 a.m., skipping social events, living on coffee and determination. I knew it could work for Morrison Medical. Our monitors were reliable but basic, exactly the type that could benefit from smart software integration. The opportunity came when Mom scheduled a meeting with potential investors. 2 guys from a local investment group were coming to discuss providing capital for expansion. Mom had been treating this like the most important business development in company history. I saw this as my chance. I prepared a presentation showing how predictive software could differentiate Morrison Medical from every other small manufacturer in the region. I had working prototypes, market research, regulatory analysis, everything serious investors would want. The morning of the meeting, I arrived early and set up my laptop in the conference room. Mom found me around 9 o'clock going through slides. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Getting ready for the presentation. I want to show the investors my software integration project." Her face went through several expressions before settling on something between amusement and annoyance. "Jessica, honey, this is a serious business meeting. These men are considering investing real money." "I know. That's why I want to show them how we can differentiate ourselves with your little computer project." The dismissiveness should have warned me, but I was too excited. "It's not little, Mom. This software could transform how small clinics use monitoring equipment. We could charge premium prices instead of competing on cost." She sighed and sat down. "Jessica, I know you're proud of your college work, but this is the real world. These investors want proven business models, not experimental technology." "It's not experimental. I have working prototypes made for a school project." The investors arrived at 11. Mr. Thompson and Mr. Walsh from Boston Medical Ventures. They looked exactly like the serious businessmen Mom had been preparing for. Mom welcomed them and started with her overview of Morrison Medical Devices. She was actually quite good at this part. Then Marcus stumbled through 15 minutes about expanding sales territory. His presentation was full of vague statements about leveraging relationships and identifying opportunities. The investors listened politely but without enthusiasm. When Marcus finished, there was awkward silence. Finally, Mr. Thompson asked, "What about product development? Any new technologies or innovations?" I started to stand, but Mom cut me off. "We're always looking at improvements, but our focus is reliability and cost-effectiveness rather than experimental technologies." "What about software integration?" Mr. Walsh asked. "Most growth in medical devices comes from smart systems interfacing with hospital networks." I couldn't stay quiet. "Actually, we do have a software integration project. I've developed a system that transforms basic monitors into predictive analytics platforms." The room went silent. Mom's face turned red. "Jessica, para como programa," Mom said, using Portuguese like she did when frustrated. "But this is serious business for serious men." Something broke inside me. "I'm not playing. I'm trying to save this company." "Jessica, that's enough. Why don't you go organize the storage room files? Let the adults handle this." I closed my laptop, gathered my materials, and walked out. I didn't just leave the meeting. I left the building, drove home, packed a suitcase, and bought a one-way ticket to Austin. Austin in March was nothing like Boston. The weather was warmer, people seemed more relaxed, and nobody cared what family I came from. I landed with $4,500 in savings, a suitcase, and a laptop containing the software project that got me exiled. The first month was brutal. I rented a room near the university for $400 a month, sharing a bathroom with 3 other people, and sleeping on a thrift store mattress. My roommates were a graduate student, a musician, and someone who claimed to be an artist but mostly played video games. They were younger than me, but they were who I could afford to live with. Finding work wasn't easy. Austin's tech scene was booming, but companies wanted either senior developers with years of experience or junior developers willing to work for almost nothing. I was somewhere in the middle, too experienced for intern wages, not experienced enough for senior salaries. I took freelance projects, building websites for local businesses, fixing computer problems, teaching myself new programming languages at night. Some weeks I'd make $800, others nothing. I lived on ramen noodles, peanut butter sandwiches, and convenience store coffee. But here's the thing about being completely on your own with no safety net. It clarifies priorities very quickly. Every project mattered because I needed money. Every skill could mean the difference between making rent and sleeping in my car. There was no family business to fall back on. No assumptions about what I was capable of. After 6 months, I was making enough freelance income to feel stable. But I hadn't forgotten the software project that started this journey. Evenings, I continued developing the predictive analytics system, improving algorithms, refining interfaces, researching regulatory requirements. The breakthrough came at a medical technology conference in downtown Austin. I'd spent $200 I couldn't afford, hoping to learn about industry trends and make professional contacts. The conference was full of people from major manufacturers, hospital administrators, and venture capitalists. During lunch break, I was sitting alone reviewing notes when someone approached. "Excuse me, are you Jessica from Boston?" I looked up to see a man in his 60s wearing a badge identifying him as Dr. Lannister from Austin Regional Clinic. It took me a moment, but then I remembered. He was one of the clients at Morrison Medical the day of my humiliated presentation. "Dr. Lannister, I didn't expect to see anyone from Boston here. I moved my practice to Austin last year. Better weather, lower costs, fewer regulations. But what are you doing in Texas? Last time I saw you, your mother was sending you to organize files." The memory stung, but I managed to smile. "I moved here after college. I'm working as a software developer now." "What kind of software?" "Actually, I'm still working on that predictive analytics system I mentioned at Morrison Medical. The one that integrates with standard heart monitors to provide early warning capabilities." His eyes lit up immediately. "The system your mother dismissed. You're still developing that?" "I never stopped. It's better now. More accurate pattern recognition, easier interface, better integration protocols." Dr. Lannister sat down. "Can you show me?" I opened my laptop and demonstrated the entire system for 30 minutes. How it connected to equipment, how algorithms identified concerning patterns, how the interface presented actionable information to medical staff. "This is exactly what we need," he said when I finished. "Small clinics like mine can't afford sophisticated monitoring systems that hospitals use, but we see high-risk patients who could benefit from predictive analytics. How much would this cost?" I did quick calculations for a complete system, software licensing, tablet hardware, setup and training, probably around $15,000. $15,000 to upgrade our basic monitoring to predictive analytics. "That's right." He handed me his business card. "I want to be your first customer. Can you have a working system ready in 60 days? I looked at the card, then his expectant face. This was everything I dreamed of in that Boston conference room. "Yes, I can have it ready in 60 days. That night, I called my landlord about renting the office space above the house. I registered Phoenix Solutions as a sole proprietorship, opened a business account, and started working 18-hour days to deliver Dr. Lannister's system on schedule. Years 2 through 6 of Phoenix Solutions were about building something sustainable rather than just surviving. The initial success with Dr. Lannister and his referrals gave me confidence and capital to think bigger, but I was determined to grow strategically. By year 2, I generated $220,000 in revenue and faced my first major decision. Stay small and manageable or hire people and scale up. I could see market demand was larger than I could handle alone. My first hire was Raj, a software developer I'd met at a local tech meetup. He was brilliant but stuck at a consulting firm working on boring corporate databases while dreaming of building something meaningful. I offered him $45,000 plus equity in Phoenix Solutions, a pay cut, but with the promise of working on technology that saved lives. "You're sure this medical software actually works?" he asked during our coffee shop interview. "Dr. Lannister's clinic has prevented 4 cardiac emergencies in 6 months using our predictive alerts," I told him. "Heart attacks caught early because the software identified concerning patterns before patients felt symptoms." That sold him. Raj was everything I'd hoped. Technically excellent, completely reliable, genuinely excited about improving healthcare through better technology. My second hire was Maria, a UX designer who understood that medical software needed to be intuitive for busy doctors and nurses. She'd worked at healthcare companies and knew how to make complex analytics accessible to medical professionals with no time for complicated systems. The third team member was Tom, an electronics technician who could interface our software with any monitoring equipment. This was crucial because small practices typically had whatever equipment they could afford, often from different manufacturers with different connection protocols. With this team of 4, Phoenix Solutions could deliver complete integrated systems. Software, hardware, installation, training, and ongoing support. Our sweet spot became small to medium clinics that wanted sophisticated monitoring but couldn't afford hospital-grade systems costing hundreds of thousands. Our typical installation cost clients $8,000, much cheaper than competing solutions, but profitable enough to support our growing team. The key was volume and efficiency. We could install and configure a complete system in half a day, train medical staff in 2 hours, and provide remote support for any issues. Year 3 brought $480,000 in revenue with 12 active client sites across Texas and Oklahoma. We'd found our rhythm. Raj improved software based on user feedback. Maria refined interfaces to be more intuitive. Tom handled technical installations, and I managed client relationships and business development. The real breakthrough came in year 4 when we landed our first hospital contract. Austin Regional Hospital had heard about our work with local clinics and wanted to pilot our system in their emergency department. Hospitals were completely different. More bureaucratic, longer sales cycles, more complex approvals, but much larger contracts. The hospital pilot was successful enough that they implemented it throughout their cardiac care units, generating a single contract worth $150,000. More importantly, it gave us credibility with other hospitals and opened an entirely new market segment. By year 5, we were doing business in 4 states with 23 installations ranging from single doctor practices to regional medical centers. Revenue hit $600,000 and I faced another scaling decision. Stay regional and manageable or try to grow into a national company. I chose careful growth. Instead of trying to cover the entire country, we focused on specific regions where we could provide excellent service and build strong reputations. Texas and Oklahoma became our home base, but we expanded into Louisiana, Arkansas, and New Mexico states where we could drive to client sites if needed. Year 6 brought $750,000 in revenue with 38 active installations. We'd outgrown the office above my old rental house and moved into a proper business complex. Phoenix Solutions had become exactly what I'd envisioned. A sustainable business that improved healthcare while generating profit to support everyone involved. But success brought new challenges. Larger competitors were starting to notice our market segment. Healthcare regulations were becoming more complex. Client expectations were rising as our reputation grew. Most importantly, I was thinking about the next phase of development. We'd proven our technology worked and there was substantial demand. The question was whether to continue growing gradually or make a bigger play for market leadership. The call from David came on a Thursday afternoon in November, 5 years after I'd left Boston. I was reviewing quarterly reports when my phone rang with a number I hadn't seen in years but still recognized. "Jessica, it's David, your brother David." I set down the reports. "Hi, David. This is unexpected. I know we haven't talked since you left, and I know this is weird, but I need to ask you something." He paused and I could hear office noise in the background. "Do you know anyone who might be interested in buying a medical device company?" The question hung in the air. What kind of medical device company? "A small one, family-owned. Makes heart monitors and basic diagnostic equipment. Has some good client relationships but needs modernization and better management." I knew he was talking about Morrison Medical, but I played along. "What's the situation? Why are they looking to sell?" David sighed deeply. "The company's in trouble, Jess. Real trouble. We've lost 2 of our 5 biggest clients in the past year. Equipment orders are down 40%. We're carrying about $180,000 in debt and cash flow is negative." This was worse than I'd expected from my research. "What's causing the problems?" "Honestly, we're stuck in the past. Our monitors work fine, but they're basic. Clients want integrated systems, software analytics, remote monitoring capabilities. Marcus keeps saying we should stick with what we know, but what we know isn't what the market wants anymore." I found myself genuinely concerned for David. He'd always been the most technically competent person at Morrison Medical, and it sounded like he was watching the company slowly collapse while being powerless to fix it. "What does your mother think about selling? She's finally admitting we might not have a choice." The bank is pressuring us about the debt, and we can't make payroll much longer without new capital or new clients. Marcus is in denial. Dad doesn't want to get involved in family arguments, and I'm drowning trying to keep our existing systems running while also trying to develop new products. What about bringing in outside management or finding an investor instead of a buyer? Mom won't give up control to outside management, and investors want to see growth potential. We'd need to completely overhaul our product line and modernize our operations, but we don't have the capital or expertise to do that ourselves. I was quiet for a moment, processing this information. The company I'd grown up around, stable and profitable for decades, was 6 months away from bankruptcy because they'd refused to adapt to changing market conditions. David, can I ask you something? Do you remember when I proposed that software integration project 8 years ago? He was quiet so long I thought the call had dropped. Finally, yeah, I remember. You wanted to add predictive analytics to our basic monitors. What did you think of that idea? Another long pause. Honestly, I thought it was brilliant. I still think it was brilliant. If we'd implemented something like that back then, we'd probably be thriving instead of dying. Why didn't you say that at the time? Because I was 22 and scared of disagreeing with Mom in front of investors. Because I thought there would be other opportunities to bring it up later. Because I was a coward. His voice was full of regret. Jess, I've thought about that meeting 1,000 times. You had a solution to problems we didn't even realize we had yet. I felt a complicated mix of vindication and sympathy. David had recognized the value of my ideas but hadn't been willing or able to support them when it mattered. So, now you're asking if I know anyone who might buy the company. I know it's a long shot, but you work in tech now, right? Maybe you know some investors or acquirers who specialize in medical devices. I'm not asking for money or favors, just if you happen to know someone who might be interested in a distressed acquisition. I looked around my Phoenix Solutions office. We had the capital, expertise, and industry knowledge to turn around a struggling medical device manufacturer. More importantly, we had the exact technology solutions that could modernize Morrison Medical's product line. David, what if I told you I might know someone? Really? Someone legitimate who actually understands the medical device industry. Someone who specializes in modernizing small medical equipment manufacturers? Someone who's developed exactly the kind of integrated software solutions that could differentiate Morrison Medical from the competition. Hope crept into his voice. That sounds too good to be true. What would they want in terms of price and conditions? The silence after my Christmas revelation stretched forever. Marcus was first to break it, his voice barely a whisper. You own Phoenix Solutions? I founded it 6 years ago, I said matter-of-factly. We specialize in modernizing medical equipment manufacturers through software integration and operational improvements. Mom stared at the documents like they were written in a foreign language. But you work with computers. I work with medical technology software. The same technology one tried to show you 8 years ago. Dad picked up one of the incorporation papers and studied it. Phoenix Solutions Incorporated in Texas. Jessica as CEO and sole proprietor. He looked up with something that might have been pride. You built a real company. A real company that's about to acquire Morrison Medical for $2.8 million. Marcus pushed back from the table abruptly. This is insane. You can't just disappear for 8 years and then buy us out like we're some distressed investment. That's exactly what you are. A distressed investment. David called me 6 months ago because you were facing bankruptcy. I made a fair offer through legitimate channels. You accepted it. David called you? Mom's voice was sharp. David, you called Jessica? My younger brother looked miserable but nodded. We needed help, Mom. The company was dying and I didn't know what else to do. So, you went behind my back to contact the daughter who abandoned us? I asked if she knew anyone who might buy the company. I didn't know she was going to be the buyer. I pulled out my phone and showed them Phoenix Solutions' website. 6 years ago, I had one client and worked from a bedroom office. Today, we have 38 installations across 5 states, 7 employees, and $750,000 in annual revenue. Mom took my phone and scrolled through the website, her expression changing as she read. You develop software for medical monitoring equipment. Predictive analytics systems that integrate with existing monitors to provide early warning capabilities. The exact technology one proposed in that meeting 8 years ago. The meeting where She stopped, finally understanding the full scope. The meeting where you told me I was playing with computers while adults handled serious business. Where you sent me to organize files while Marcus presented expansion plans that never materialized. Marcus stood suddenly, knocking over his wine glass. This is revenge. Pure and simple revenge. This is business. Phoenix Solutions is looking to expand into hardware manufacturing. Morrison Medical has manufacturing capabilities, but outdated technology and poor management. It's a logical acquisition. Poor management? Mom's voice was getting higher. I built this company from nothing after your grandfather died. You maintained what Grandpa built but didn't grow it, didn't modernize it, didn't adapt to market changes. In 8 years, your revenue stayed flat while competitors grew 20% to 30% annually. Dad was still studying the documents. Jessica, how did you know we were in financial trouble? Industry publications, public filings, client feedback. It wasn't hard to research. David's call just confirmed what I already suspected. You've been watching us? Marcus asked. I've been tracking industry consolidation trends. Small manufacturers that refuse to modernize typically get acquired or go bankrupt. I was hoping Morrison Medical would be an acquisition opportunity rather than a bankruptcy situation. Mom set down my phone and looked directly at me for the first time. Why? Why would you want to save the company that rejected you? This was the question I'd been preparing for. Because Grandpa loved this company. Because 25 people depend on it for their livelihoods. Because the technology exists to make Morrison Medical successful again. And I happen to own that technology. And because you want to prove us wrong, David said quietly. I considered denying it but decided on honesty. Yes, that too. The room fell quiet again. Finally, Dad cleared his throat. What happens now? What are your plans? Integration with Phoenix Solutions technology platform. Modernization of the product line. Streamlined operations. Better management structure. I paused, looking around the table. And yes, personnel changes. You're firing Marcus, Mom said flatly. I'm restructuring the organization around competence rather than family relationships. Marcus can stay if he's willing to learn new skills and accept a role matching his capabilities. So, I work for my little sister now. Marcus laughed bitterly. The little sister who proposed the technology that's now going to save your company. That little sister. Enough, Dad said firmly. Jessica, are you doing this to help us or hurt us? I thought about that question carefully. I'm doing this because it's the right business decision for Phoenix Solutions. The fact that it also saves Morrison Medical is secondary. But you're not going to destroy us out of spite. Dad, if I wanted to destroy Morrison Medical, I could have waited 6 months for you to go bankrupt naturally. The week between Christmas and New Year's was when reality set in. I stayed in Boston to begin integration, working from a hotel room and spending days at Morrison Medical, trying to understand exactly what I'd bought. The financial situation was worse than David had indicated. The company owed $180,000 to suppliers, had less than $15,000 cash on hand, and faced a $25,000 equipment lease payment in January they couldn't make. Without Phoenix Solutions, Morrison Medical would have been bankrupt by February. But the problems went deeper than cash flow. The product line consisted of 3 basic heart monitor models that hadn't been updated in over 5 years. Manufacturing equipment was functional but inefficient. Most critically, they had no research and development capability whatsoever. I spent 2 days going through client files and discovered they'd lost contracts. Not because their equipment didn't work, but because it didn't do what modern medical practices needed. Clinics wanted monitors interfacing with electronic health records. Hospitals needed devices providing data analytics. Regional medical centers required equipment integrating with existing monitoring networks. On December 30th, I called a family meeting to present my findings. We met in the same conference room where I'd been humiliated 8 years earlier, but this time I sat at the head where Mom usually sat. The good news is that Morrison Medical has excellent name recognition, solid client relationships, and a reputation for reliable equipment. The bad news is that reliable isn't enough anymore. I pulled out competitor analysis, market research, and client feedback reports. In 3 years, you've lost contracts worth approximately $400,000 annually because clients needed capabilities you couldn't provide. Mom reviewed the reports with growing dismay. I had no idea the market had changed this much. It didn't change all at once. It's been evolving gradually for years, but you weren't tracking industry trends or investing in product development. Marcus, unusually quiet, finally spoke. So everything we've been doing is wrong? I'm saying what worked in 2010 doesn't work in 2023. Medical practices expect integrated software solutions, not standalone hardware. But our clients were happy with our equipment. Your remaining clients are happy. The clients you lost needed more advanced capabilities. I pulled out another report. Marcus, in 2 years as sales director, you generated $85,000 in new business while the company lost contracts worth $400,000. Client retention wasn't sufficient to offset market evolution. His face went red, but he didn't argue with the numbers. David was studying technical specifications I'd prepared. Jessica, this Phoenix Solutions software, this is exactly what Dr. Lannister was asking about 3 years ago and what Regional Medical wanted when they canceled their contract. I know. Phoenix Solutions' current clients are primarily small to medium medical practices that need affordable access to predictive analytics. Morrison Medical's traditional client base. Mom looked up from financial projections. So the technology you proposed 8 years ago would have prevented most of these problems. The core technology, yes, but implementation would have required substantial investment in software development, staff training, and marketing to practices needing integrated solutions. Investment we didn't make because I thought your ideas were impractical. Investment you didn't make because you assumed the market would stay the same forever. Understandable for a small family business, but not sustainable in a rapidly evolving industry. Dad had been silent, but now spoke up. What changes are you proposing? I opened my laptop and projected a presentation. Phase 1. Integrate Phoenix Solutions software with Morrison Medical hardware. Phase 2. Retrain sales and technical staff. Phase 3. Rebuild client relationships based on enhanced capabilities rather than just price and reliability. What about personnel? Mom asked. This was the difficult part. The company employed 25 people, but the restructured operation needed different skill sets. I'll need to make some changes. Who gets laid off? Marcus asked bluntly. 2 manufacturing technicians whose positions will be eliminated by automation. 1 administrative assistant whose responsibilities will be absorbed by new software systems. I paused. And the sales director position will be restructured into customer success manager with different responsibilities. Marcus stared at me. You're demoting me. I'm creating a position matching your actual strengths. You're excellent at maintaining relationships with existing clients, but you struggle with technical sales and new business development. Customer success focuses on client retention and satisfaction rather than new sales generation. What's the pay cut? No pay cut. Same salary. Different responsibilities with performance bonuses based on client satisfaction metrics rather than sales volume. This surprised him. You're not punishing me financially? I'm restructuring around what each person does well. Punishment doesn't improve business performance. The first 6 months of integration were harder than expected, but not for the reasons I'd anticipated. The technical challenges were manageable. Phoenix Solutions software integrated smoothly with Morrison Medical's hardware. The real difficulties were human. Mom struggled most with the transition. For 30 years, she'd been the final authority on every decision. Now, she was a consultant who provided input but didn't make decisions. Some days she handled it gracefully, offering valuable insights about client relationships. Other days she'd forget her new role and try to overrule my decisions, creating staff confusion. Jessica, "We can't change the installation timeline for regional medical," she said during a February staff meeting. "They're expecting delivery next week, and we've always been reliable about commitments." "Mom," regional medical agreed to a 2-week delay, so we can include the predictive analytics upgrade. They specifically requested the enhanced system even though it means waiting longer. "But we've never made clients wait for upgrades before. Because we've never had upgrades to offer before. The enhanced system is worth the wait." These exchanges were awkward for everyone, but gradually Mom began understanding that her role was providing context and relationship insights, not managing operations. Marcus surprisingly adapted better than anyone expected. The customer success manager position turned out perfect for his personality and skills. He was genuinely good at maintaining relationships with existing clients, solving service problems, and ensuring customer satisfaction without the pressure of generating new sales. He relaxed into a role where he could focus on keeping people happy rather than trying to close deals he didn't understand. "I talked to Dr. Patterson at Quincy Medical today," he reported during a March staff meeting. "They're thrilled with the new monitoring system. The predictive alerts have helped them identify 3 potential cardiac events before patients showed symptoms." "Any issues with the software interface?" I asked. "None. The nurses love how intuitive it is. And Dr. Patterson says the data visualizations are exactly what he needs to make quick decisions." This was the Marcus I remembered from childhood. Enthusiastic, personable, genuinely interested in helping people. The sales pressure and family expectations had turned him into someone defensive and insecure. But customer success work let him be himself again. David thrived in his expanded technical role. With proper resources and support staff, he could finally focus on what he did best: solving complex technical problems and training medical staff to use sophisticated equipment. The $15,000 salary increase meant he could afford night classes in advanced biomedical engineering, positioning him for greater responsibilities as the company grew. "The installation at Austin Regional went perfectly," he reported during an April video conference from Boston while I was in Austin. "Their IT department was impressed with how seamlessly our system integrated with their existing network. They're already asking about expanding to additional departments." "What about training?" I asked. 4 hours for nursing staff, 2 hours for doctors. Everyone was comfortable with the system by day's end. The interface design makes it intuitive, even for people who aren't technical. Dad remained the steady presence he'd always been, handling financial management and administrative tasks without drama or complaint. He seemed genuinely happy to see the company stabilizing and growing and never showed resentment about his daughter becoming his boss. But the integration wasn't just about family dynamics. We had real business challenges. The hardest part was letting go of the 2 manufacturing technicians and 1 administrative assistant whose positions were eliminated by automation and new software systems. These were people who had worked for Morrison Medical for years, and terminating them felt terrible even though it was necessary for survival. I handled each conversation personally, providing generous severance packages and job placement assistance. The administrative assistant found a position at a nearby medical practice within 3 weeks. 1 manufacturing technician was hired by a competing company, impressed by his Morrison Medical experience. The other decided to use his severance to go back to school for computer programming. "You didn't have to be so generous with the severance," Mom noted after the last termination. "Yes, I did. These people helped build Morrison Medical. The fact that we don't need their positions anymore doesn't diminish their contributions." By May, the restructured company was hitting its stride. Revenue was up 40% over the previous year, driven entirely by existing clients upgrading to enhanced monitoring systems. We hadn't even begun serious new business development, but word was spreading about Morrison Medical's new capabilities. 2 years after the acquisition, I was reviewing quarterly reports that would have seemed impossible just a few years earlier. Morrison Medical, now Phoenix Morrison Medical Solutions, was generating $1.2 million annually and employing 15 people. We'd become exactly what I'd envisioned: a regional leader in smart medical monitoring systems. The transformation had been more complete than anyone expected. Our 3 product lines covered every market segment from small clinics to major hospitals. More importantly, We'd established ourselves as the go-to company for medical practices wanting hospital-grade capabilities at regional company prices. Mom had evolved into a role I'd never imagined, a genuine mentor and institutional memory keeper. Her resistance to technology had gradually given way to curiosity, then competence, then actual enthusiasm for what our systems could accomplish. "Dr. Lannister called this morning," she reported during our weekly staff meeting. "Austin Regional Clinic wants to upgrade their entire monitoring network with our latest predictive algorithms." "What's the timeline?" I asked. 6 weeks for installation, but he's requesting that David personally handle the training. Apparently, our reputation for customer service is spreading. David beamed at this recognition. His transformation had been remarkable. From an overworked, underappreciated technician to a confident technical supervisor managing a team of 4 specialists. He'd completed his MBA coursework the previous spring and was taking on increasing operational responsibility. "I've been thinking about the Boston Medical Center expansion project," he said. "They want to add remote monitoring capabilities for cardiac rehabilitation patients. I think we could develop a mobile app that interfaces with our existing system." "How long for development?" 3 months with our current programming team or 6 weeks, if we bring in one of Phoenix Solutions' senior developers from Austin. "Do it." Boston Medical could become a showcase for home monitoring capabilities. Marcus looked up from his client satisfaction reports. "If we're doing home monitoring, I should start reaching out to our other hospital clients. Regional Medical has been asking about remote patient management for months." This was the Marcus I'd hoped would emerge. Proactive, strategic, thinking beyond immediate problems to anticipate client needs. The customer success manager role had given him confidence and clear objectives, allowing him to contribute meaningfully rather than just maintaining status quo relationships. "Good idea, but let's pilot the system with Boston Medical first. Get the bugs worked out, then roll it out to other clients with proven capabilities." Dad raised his hand slightly, a habit he'd developed when he wanted to contribute to business discussions. "What about financial projections for mobile development?" "We'll need additional programmer salaries, software licensing, probably some hardware partnerships, initial investment of about $80,000 for development and testing. Break even within 18 months based on conservative adoption rates." Mom studied the numbers. 2 years ago, $80,000 would have bankrupted us. Now it's a routine development expense. 2 years ago, we were manufacturing the same basic monitors we'd been making for 15 years. Now we're developing cutting-edge solutions for evolving market needs. "Because you brought the technology we should have been developing all along." It was an acknowledgement she'd made several times over the past year, and I appreciated it, but I was more interested in looking forward than relitigating the past. Phoenix Morrison Medical was succeeding because we'd combined Morrison Medical's industry relationships with Phoenix Solutions' technical capabilities. The real measure of our success wasn't just financial. It was the impact we were having on patient care. Dr. Lannister had documented 12 cardiac events prevented by early intervention based on our predictive algorithms. Boston Medical reported 30% reduction in emergency room visits among high-risk cardiac patients using our monitoring systems. "We got another site visit request," David reported. "University of Vermont Medical Center wants to see our Boston Medical installation before making their decision. That's the 3rd site visit request this month." Marcus added, "Word is definitely spreading about what we can do." The meeting with Boston Healthcare Ventures took place 3 weeks later. The venture capital partners were impressed by our financial performance and excited about our technology platform, but their questions revealed assumptions about scaling that made me uncomfortable. "Obviously, you'd want to automate more of the manufacturing process," one partner suggested, "and probably centralize customer service rather than handling support locally." "Why would we want to do that?" Mom asked. "Our local relationships and personalized service are competitive advantages." After the meeting, I realized that taking venture capital would fundamentally change what Phoenix Morrison Medical was. The investors wanted us to become a smaller version of the large manufacturers we were competing against rather than a more sophisticated version of the regional company we'd always been. The call from the Boston Chamber of Commerce came on a Tuesday morning in September, 3 years after the acquisition. "Miss Morrison, This is Patricia Williams from the Small Business Awards Committee. I'm calling to inform you that Phoenix Morrison Medical Solutions has been selected as this year's recipient of the Small Business Innovation Award. I set down my coffee and tried to process what she just said. Could you repeat that? The Small Business Innovation Award. It recognizes companies that have demonstrated exceptional growth through technological innovation while maintaining strong community ties. Your company was nominated by several clients and selected unanimously by our review committee. The award ceremony was scheduled for October 15th at the Downtown Marriott, with over 300 business leaders, elected officials, and community members expected to attend. They wanted me to give a brief acceptance speech about our journey and what the recognition meant. After hanging up, I sat in my office for several minutes, remembering the struggling family business I'd acquired just 3 years earlier. Phoenix Morrison Medical now employed 18 people, generated over $1.4 million in annual revenue, and had installations in 6 states. We'd become exactly what small business success stories were supposed to look like. That's incredible news, Mom said when I told her about the award. 30 years I ran Morrison Medical, and we were never recognized for anything except paying our bills on time. Different company, different capabilities, but built on the foundation you maintained for 30 years. The award ceremony was both gratifying and surreal. I sat at a table with my family, Mom, Dad, Marcus, and David, listening to Patricia Williams read our company's accomplishments to Boston's business community. Phoenix Morrison Medical Solutions has grown from a struggling family manufacturer to a regional leader in smart medical monitoring systems, she announced. Their innovative integration of software analytics with traditional medical devices has created new possibilities for small medical practices, while maintaining the personalized service that distinguishes regional companies from national corporations. When she called my name to accept the award, I walked to the podium with a mixture of pride and disbelief. 3 years ago, I'd been the dismissed daughter who couldn't handle serious business meetings. Now I was being recognized as an innovative business leader by the same community that had witnessed my family's struggles. Thank you for this recognition, I began, looking out at the audience. But I want to be clear about something. This award doesn't belong just to me. It belongs to everyone who believed that a small family business could evolve into something bigger without losing what made it special. I found Mom in the audience and continued, My mother, Catherine, built Morrison Medical into a respected company that served its clients faithfully for 30 years. That reputation and those relationships made everything else possible. Mom was crying, and I could see Dad reaching over to squeeze her hand. My brother David provided the technical expertise and dedication that kept the company running during difficult times. My brother Marcus developed the client relationships that created the foundation for our current growth. I paused, thinking about everything that had led to this moment. But most importantly, this award represents what happens when people are willing to admit they were wrong, learn new skills, and work together toward common goals instead of protecting individual pride. The applause was enthusiastic, but what mattered to me was the expression on my family's faces. For the first time since I'd returned to Boston, we looked like people who genuinely respected and supported each other. After the ceremony, a reporter from the Boston Business Journal approached me. Miss Morrison, there are rumors that you actually own the company that acquired Morrison Medical. Can you comment on that? Phoenix Morrison Medical is the result of combining Phoenix Solutions technology with Morrison Medical's manufacturing capabilities and client relationships. It's a merger that has benefited everyone involved. But you founded Phoenix Solutions after leaving Morrison Medical, correct? I looked over at Mom, who was talking with other award recipients and clearly enjoying the recognition. The important story is that a small family business was able to adapt to changing market conditions and grow into something more successful than anyone expected. That's what we should be celebrating tonight. The next morning, Mom knocked on my office door and asked if she could speak with me privately. I want to say something, and I need you to listen without interrupting, she began. Okay. 8 years ago, I humiliated you in front of investors because I was afraid of admitting that my 24-year-old daughter understood our industry better than I did. I sent you away because it was easier than acknowledging that I'd been wrong about technology, wrong about market trends, and wrong about your capabilities. 5 years after that Christmas dinner revelation, I'm sitting in the same conference room where I was once told to fetch coffee while adults handled serious business. The difference is that now this room hosts weekly strategy meetings for a company worth $1.8 million, employing 22 people and serving medical facilities across 8 states. Phoenix Morrison Medical Solutions has become everything I envisioned when I first proposed software integration 9 years ago. A regional leader that combines advanced technology with personalized service, proving that small companies can innovate as effectively as large corporations if they're willing to embrace change. But the real transformation wasn't technological or financial. It was personal. The family that had dismissed my ideas and sent me into exile learned to work together as professionals who respected each other's contributions. It wasn't always smooth and it wasn't always easy, but it was genuine growth rather than forced reconciliation. Mom retired officially last year at 63, but still comes to the office twice a week to handle special client relationships and mentor newer employees. The woman who once believed women couldn't understand technical business now advocates for promoting capable people regardless of gender, and she's become particularly effective at encouraging young women interested in medical technology careers. David has flourished as operations manager, completing his MBA and taking on increasing responsibility for strategic planning and business development. At 35, he's become the technical leader I always knew he could be when he wasn't being overshadowed by family dynamics and unrealistic expectations. Marcus, now 40, has become genuinely excellent at client relationship management. The customer success manager role allowed him to develop skills that were always there but never properly utilized. He's engaged to Jennifer, a nurse practitioner he met through our client network, and they're planning a wedding for next spring. Dad, now 65, handles financial management with the same steady competence he'd always shown, but seems genuinely happy to be part of a growing business rather than just maintaining the status quo. He and Mom have started traveling together, something they never did during the years when the company was struggling and consuming all their attention. As for me, I split my time between our Austin headquarters, where Phoenix Solutions continues developing new medical software applications, and our Boston facility, where Phoenix Morrison Medical manufactures and installs integrated monitoring systems. I'm 37 now, unmarried, but not lonely, focused on building something sustainable rather than proving something to people who no longer need convincing. The irony is that I achieved everything I wanted when I stormed out of that investor meeting 9 years ago. Professional recognition, technological validation, financial success, and the satisfaction of proving that dismissed ideas can become industry-changing innovations. But the process taught me that getting what you want isn't the same as getting what you need. What I needed was a family that respected my capabilities and valued my contributions. What I got was the opportunity to create that family relationship through demonstrated competence rather than inherited right. It took longer than I'd hoped and it required more patience than I'd expected. But the result has been more satisfying than simple vindication would have been. Tomorrow we start working on our next challenge. A comprehensive patient monitoring system for rural hospitals that combines all our current capabilities with new remote diagnostic features. It's exactly the kind of ambitious project that would have been impossible for the old Morrison Medical, but it's routine work for Phoenix Morrison Medical Solutions. The dismissed daughter, who was sent to organize files while adults handled serious business, is now the CEO who leads strategy meetings and makes final decisions about million-dollar contracts. But more importantly, she's part of a family that has learned to function as a team, respecting each person's contributions while working toward shared success. Phoenix Morrison Medical Solutions employs 22 people who depend on us for their livelihoods, serves medical facilities that depend on us for reliable equipment, and provides predictive analytics that help prevent cardiac emergencies in patients across 8 states. We've saved lives, created jobs, and proven that regional companies can compete with national corporations through better service and smarter technology. But most importantly, we've demonstrated that people can grow, change, and learn to work together effectively, even after significant conflicts and disappointments. The family business that almost failed because of rigid thinking and interpersonal dysfunction has become a model for how different generations can collaborate successfully when they focus on contribution rather than hierarchy. Mom learned to value innovation over tradition. Marcus discovered abilities he never knew he had. David developed leadership skills that were always present but never encouraged. Dad found satisfaction in being part of something growing rather than just surviving. And me? I learned that proving people wrong is less satisfying than helping them become right. The best outcome isn't success that excludes the people who doubted you. It's success that includes them as partners in building something none of you could have achieved alone. The Morrison family business survived, adapted, and thrived. And so did the Morrison family itself. Now on to the next story. Story 2. On Mother's Day, my daughter gave me a mysterious gift box until my husband shouted for me not to open it, and I asked why. When I realized what it was, I was in shock. Minutes later, the police arrived, and you won't believe what was inside. My name is Margaret. I'm 58 years old, and I never thought I'd kick my own daughter out of my house. But that March afternoon in Denver, my limits were completely crossed. Rebecca arrived with Mark around 3 o'clock, walking in without properly knocking like she always did. At 32, my eldest daughter had developed an impressive ability to make me feel guilty about things that weren't even my responsibility. "Mom, we need to talk about Grandma's inheritance," she said without preamble, throwing herself onto the beige living room sofa. Mark positioned himself behind her, arms crossed, forming a united front that immediately put me on the defensive. David lowered his Denver Post newspaper, his reading glasses sliding down his nose. After 40 years of marriage, my husband knew that tone in Rebecca's voice better than I'd like. It was the same tone she used when at 16 she convinced us to take out a $12,000 loan for her first car, promising to pay it back with money from her part-time mall job that she quit 3 weeks later. "Rebecca, you know your grandmother specified in the will that the money would stay locked until you turned 35. I replied, trying to keep my voice balanced. She had her reasons for that decision. Mark leaned forward with that fake smile he always wore when he wanted something important. But that was written over 10 years ago. Margaret, circumstances have changed drastically. We have 2 children to raise. The mortgage on the 4-bedroom house we bought last year. Private school costs for the boys. Costs you chose to take on, David murmured loud enough for everyone to hear. Rebecca's face transformed instantly. It was like watching a person split in half. On one side, the daughter I'd raised with such care. On the other, a stranger I barely recognized, with hard eyes and mouth contracted in a bitter line. "Oh, so that's how it is," she said, her voice rising an octave. "After everything we've done for you, after giving you 2 beautiful grandchildren that you love more than anything in the world." There was the first card on the table. Rebecca knew exactly where to hit me where it hurt most. Ethan and Oliver, my 6-year-old twin grandsons, were literally the light of my life. Every weekend they came here and I'd take them to Washington Park. We'd make dinosaur-shaped chocolate cookies, watch Disney Channel cartoons together on the sofa. The mere idea of losing them made me physically sick. "You can't use the boys as bargaining chips, Rebecca," David said, closing the newspaper harder than necessary. "I'm not using anyone as bargaining chips," she retorted. But her eyes gleamed with that cruel satisfaction I'd learned to fear over the years. "I'm just being practical. If you don't care about helping us when we need it most, maybe we should rethink these weekly visits." It was always like this. Rebecca had an almost supernatural ability to find my most vulnerable points and squeeze until I completely gave in. And for years, decades even, I had given in. The car loan became a college loan, which became monthly rent help, which became payment for the house down payment. "You know what kills me?" Mark said, standing up and walking around the room like he owned it. "You've always had obvious favorites. Kevin never had to beg for anything. Always the golden child, right? Engineering degree from University of Colorado. Married to that little princess from San Francisco. Living in California with their fancy tech jobs." My mouth opened in genuine shock. Kevin, my 29-year-old younger son, had moved to the West Coast 5 years ago precisely to escape this toxic family dynamic that Rebecca insisted on perpetuating. "Kevin never asked me for a penny after age 22, I said, my voice coming out firmer than expected. "He paid his own $60,000 student loans, bought his own used car, Saved money for 3 years for his house down payment. Because he never had to, Rebecca screamed. Because you were always easier on him. He could do anything and you thought it was cute. I had to fight for every crumb of attention. David stood up slowly, his patience clearly reaching its limit. Rebecca, that's not true and you know it. Your mother always treated you both equally. Oh, really? She laughed bitterly. Then explain why when I needed help with the house down payment, you made a $20,000 loan with interest, but when Kevin wanted that Europe backpacking trip after graduation, you just gave him the money. I was speechless. Rebecca, you were 26 buying property. Kevin was 22 and the trip cost $1,200. And you never paid back the $20,000 because you knew it would be impossible with my substitute teacher salary. Mark put his hand on his wife's shoulder, not to calm her, but to support her. Look, let's be completely direct here. You're almost 60. You're not taking this money to the grave. Rebecca is your legitimate daughter, has moral right to this inheritance, and we need it now. It's that simple. That simple? David repeated, his voice dangerously low. You want us to ignore her mother's express wishes, so you can continue living completely beyond your means? Rebecca turned to me with tears. Mom, please. You know I'd never ask if it wasn't really necessary. But the boys' private school raised tuition to $2,000 each per month. Mark's having difficulties in sales, and we really need this security. Just advance it by 2.5 years. I looked at my eldest daughter and for a moment saw the 5-year-old who used to sit on my lap for princess stories. But then I remembered all the other times, the automatic $2,800 that left our account monthly without question. No, I said. The word came out so low that for a moment I thought no one heard. But the absolute silence that followed confirmed they had. What do you mean, no? Rebecca asked. I won't touch your grandmother's inheritance. She left clear instructions and I'm going to respect them. Mark's face turned red. You know what? We always knew you don't really care about us as family. This is exactly the proof I needed. Don't start, David said. No, let me speak the truth. You talk about family, unconditional love. But when it's time to really help, where are you? Hiding behind a dead old woman's will. Something inside me completely broke. Maybe it was how disrespectfully he referred to my mother. Maybe it was realizing my daughter had married someone who thought disrespecting my family in my own house was acceptable. Get out of my house, I said, my voice clearer than it had sounded in years. Rebecca stopped crying instantly. Mom, you can't be serious. Get out of my house immediately. You can't be serious about this, Mark said, but was already backing toward the door. I'm more serious than I've ever been in my entire life. And until you learn to treat me with basic respect, you're not welcome here. Rebecca looked at me with an expression I'll never forget. Genuine shock, deep anger, and something that seemed almost like real fear. And the boys? She asked, playing her last card. My heart tightened painfully. The boys will always be welcome, but you two won't. While you continue acting like I owe you something. They left in silence. The sound of the wooden door slamming echoed through the house like a gunshot. David came and hugged me tight, and only then did I realize I was trembling uncontrollably. You did the right thing, he murmured in my ear. But standing there in my completely empty and silent living room, I wasn't sure if I'd done the right thing or just destroyed my family forever. The days following that emotional explosion were the quietest our house had known in years. David tried to distract me with backyard garden projects and trips to Park Meadows Mall, but we both knew we were just carefully avoiding talking about the elephant in the room, or rather about the total absence of the elephant. Because for the first time in over 2 decades, Rebecca wasn't obsessively calling 3 times a day with some fabricated financial emergency. The house seemed strangely empty without the constant chaos. It was strange how silence could be simultaneously comforting and deafening. Sitting in the kitchen on a sunny Thursday morning, having my breakfast alone while David took his daily 5-mile walk through the neighborhood, I finally began to seriously think about the last 20 years of my life as a mother. When exactly had everything started to unravel? At what precise moment did I become the person who always gave in, always found a convincing excuse, always opened the wallet without questioning? I vividly remembered Rebecca at 12 when she absolutely needed those specific $120 Nike shoes because all the popular girls at school had identical ones. At that time, $120 represented a small fortune for our middle-class family. But she cried so much, begged so dramatically, made me feel so guilty for being a mother who didn't care about her daughter's social happiness that I ended up buying them on credit in 6 installments. Kevin, who was only 9 at the time, had never made even remotely similar requests. When he needed new shoes, he'd happily go with me to Target and choose any that fit well and cost less than $40. It should have been a flashing red warning sign. But at the time, I genuinely thought Rebecca just had a more expressive personality, that she felt things more deeply, that she needed more reassurance. The painful truth is that I had created an emotional monster. And for decades, I fed that monster with my own desperate need to be seen as the perfect mother. The phone rang. It was Sandra, my best friend since community college. "How are you feeling after everything?" she asked without preamble. Honestly, completely confused and guilty and relieved and very afraid. Welcome to the club of mothers who finally said no. Remember when I had to cut Jessica's allowance because she was buying alcohol for underage friends? She didn't speak to me for 2 months. Jessica was Sandra's daughter, same age as Rebecca. But unlike my daughter, Jessica had learned through real consequences that she couldn't manipulate her parents indefinitely, and today maintained a healthy adult relationship with them. But Sandra, what if I really lose the boys because of this? Honey, you're not losing those boys. Rebecca may be many bad things, but she's not stupid. She knows you and David are by far the best grandparents those children could have. She might try to use it as emotional bargaining for a while, but deep down she needs you much more than you need her. After an hour of talking, I felt considerably better. Sandra was right about one fundamental thing. Rebecca always came back eventually, always, because ultimately, David and I were her most reliable financial and emotional safety net. But this time would be completely different. This time, I wouldn't automatically give in just because she showed up with red eyes from crying or threatened to keep me away from the grandchildren. This time, I would maintain my position firmly. What I had no idea about was that Rebecca was already secretly planning something much more sinister than emotional manipulation. Mother's Day arrived on a sunny, seemingly perfect May morning, exactly 3 weeks after that devastating fight. David was in the kitchen preparing his famous blueberry pancakes, our sacred Sunday tradition for over 15 years, when we distinctly heard the sound of a delivery truck stopping directly in front of our house. "Special delivery!" shouted the young delivery man, energetically knocking on the front door with an insistence that made me immediately get up from the breakfast table. My heart raced instantly. It was Sunday morning, and Sunday deliveries always required advanced payment with extra fees. This meant someone had meticulously planned for this package to arrive specifically today on Mother's Day, paying considerable additional costs. David went to the front door and returned carefully, carrying a common brown cardboard box approximately the size of a women's shoe box, but noticeably heavier than its size suggested. My name was handwritten in cursive on the address label, Margaret Chen, my maiden name that only very close family members knew, and there was absolutely no clear sender identification anywhere. "Don't open this box," David said immediately, placing it with extreme care on the wooden kitchen table as if he were handling an active bomb. "Why not?" I asked, although my maternal instinct was already screaming internally the same urgent recommendation. "Look here carefully," he said, pointing with his finger to small circular holes strategically drilled in the sides of the box. Ventilation holes. There's definitely something alive inside this box. We stood completely motionless, looking at the cardboard box as if it could literally explode at any moment. And considering our current family situation, maybe it could be exactly that. An emotional bomb waiting to detonate. "Do you think it's—" I began hesitantly. "Something Rebecca sent?" David finished my sentence, his voice loaded with an apprehension I rarely heard. "It has to be related to her." At that exact moment, as if responding directly to our tense conversation, we heard a subtle but unmistakable sound coming from inside the closed box. A definitive movement, like something deliberately dragging against the internal cardboard, followed by an almost imperceptible scratching. David immediately grabbed the kitchen phone. "Hello, 911. I need to report an extremely suspicious delivery. We firmly believe there's some type of animal, possibly dangerous, inside a box that was delivered to our property this morning." 20 minutes later, our quiet Sunday morning had completely transformed into a scene from a suspense movie. 2 uniformed police officers, an experienced wildlife control specialist, and 3 extremely curious neighbors were gathered on our covered porch, all looking at the apparently innocent cardboard box as if it contained a nuclear bomb. "Mrs. Chan," said Officer Martinez, a middle-aged Hispanic man with a posture that immediately inspired confidence and security. "Do you have any specific idea who might have sent this particular package?" I hesitated for a long moment. A significant part of me still categorically refused to believe that my own daughter would be genuinely capable of something so extreme and potentially dangerous. But David gave me a deeply encouraging look, and I knew instinctively that I could no longer protect Rebecca from the direct consequences of her own actions. "I sincerely believe it was my eldest daughter," I said, my voice coming out considerably firmer and more determined than I expected. "We had a very serious family discussion a few weeks ago, and I recently found a suspicious financial charge on my credit card statement from a store specializing in exotic reptiles. Jake Morrison, the wildlife specialist who appeared to be no more than 25 years old, but spoke with the absolute authority of someone who professionally dealt with dangerous creatures every day, approached the box carrying specialized equipment I didn't even know existed. "I'm going to open this box with extreme care and maximum precaution," he explained methodically, putting on thick leather gloves that went up to his elbows and holding a long metal rod with a specialized hook at the tip. "If it's really some type of venomous snake, it's probably significantly stressed from the prolonged journey and confinement in a small space, which makes it potentially much more aggressive than it would normally be." What happened in the following minutes was something I'll never be able to forget for the rest of my life, no matter how much I try. Jake carefully cut the brown duct tape sealing the box and lifted one of the cardboard flaps with extremely deliberate and controlled movements. Immediately, a small but distinctively colored head appeared. Red, black, and yellow stripes in a geometric pattern I vaguely recognized from Discovery Channel documentaries as characteristic of extremely venomous snakes. "Jesus Christ Almighty," Officer Martinez murmured quietly. "It's completely real and alive." Jake, demonstrating precise and careful movements that spoke of years of professional experience, managed to capture the snake with his specialized equipment and immediately transfer it to a thick glass container specially designed for safe containment. The snake wasn't particularly large, maybe 60 centimeters in total length, but its mere presence there on my porch was absolutely terrifying. "Legitimate adult coral snake," Jake confirmed with absolute authority, examining the animal through the safe glass. "Healthy, well-fed, and extremely venomous. A single bite from this animal could easily kill an adult person, especially someone your age, if they didn't receive immediate specialized medical treatment." I felt my legs trembling uncontrollably. I had to sit immediately in the wicker porch chair, desperately trying to process the terrifying reality that if David hadn't noticed the ventilation holes, if I had opened the box alone, as I automatically did with all other packages that arrived here, I could be dead at that exact moment. "We're going to need a complete and detailed police report," said Officer Martinez. "Seriously, and we're going to thoroughly investigate the exact origin of this delivery. If someone really sent this intentionally, we're definitely talking about qualified attempted murder." The younger officer, who had remained silent until then, added, "The prepaid Sunday delivery, the strategically drilled breathing holes, the use of the recipient's maiden name. All of this indicates deliberate premeditation and specific knowledge about transporting dangerous reptiles." After all the professionals left, taking the snake as evidence, and the house finally returned to its familiar silence, David and I sat in the living room, trying to completely assimilate what had just happened in our lives. "She really did this?" I said out loud for the first time, finally accepting the incontestable reality. "Our daughter genuinely tried to kill me." David came to sit directly beside me on the sofa and hugged me tight. "Margaret, what do you want to do now?" I thought about 6-year-old Rebecca pedaling her pink bike with training wheels in our backyard. About 12-year-old Rebecca crying inconsolably on my shoulder when the popular schoolgirls were deliberately cruel to her. About 22-year-old Rebecca calling me excitedly at 2 in the morning to tell me Mark had finally proposed. And then I thought about 32-year-old Rebecca meticulously researching venomous snakes, buying one online, carefully organizing shipment to my house because I had dared to say no to her financial whims. I'm going to call her right now, I decided with absolute determination. I'm going to give her one single chance to personally explain to me what the hell she was thinking when she did this. I picked up the cordless living room phone with hands still slightly trembling and dialed the familiar number I knew by heart. Rebecca answered on the third ring, her voice sounding genuinely surprised and even a little cautious. "Mom," she said, and I could detect real hesitation in her voice. I didn't expect you to call, especially today." "Rebecca," I began carefully, trying to keep my voice controlled and not reveal what I had discovered yet. "I need to ask you something specific, and I want you to be completely honest with me." "Of course, Mom," she responded, but I could detect growing caution in her tone. "Did you send me anything today? Any kind of special Mother's Day gift?" There was a pause that lasted too long to be natural. A pause that told me everything I needed to know before she even opened her mouth again. "Why are you asking that specifically?" she finally responded, completely avoiding giving a direct answer. "Because I just had to call police and animal control to remove a venomous coral snake from my porch," I said, my voice becoming progressively louder and firmer with each word. "A snake that was purchased with my credit card at a store in Aurora exactly 2 weeks ago." I heard a distinctive noise in the background of the phone line. It sounded unmistakably like someone was laughing loudly. "Rebecca, is someone there with you right now?" "It's just Mark," she said quickly, trying to sound casual. "He's watching the game on TV." But I knew Mark's characteristic laugh perfectly after years. And that definitely wasn't the laugh of someone watching something funny on a sports program. It was the cruel laugh of someone who found something hilarious, something they had just heard from our conversation. "Put it on speakerphone now," I requested firmly. "Mom, I really don't think." "Put it on speakerphone, Rebecca." Immediately, I heard the characteristic click of the phone changing modes. "Hi, Margaret," Mark said, and I could hear the malicious smile in his voice. "How was your special Mother's Day gift?" "We hope it was exciting." There was the definitive confirmation I didn't want, but needed to hear. "You two are genuinely sick?" I said, my voice coming out colder than I'd ever heard from my own mouth. "You sent a potentially lethal snake to me because I refused to give money that isn't even technically mine." "Oh, please," Rebecca said, and her voice had changed completely. There was no more pretending, no more the loving daughter trying to convince me of something. It was just a harmless little Mother's Day prank. "You've always been too dramatic for simple situations." Prank. My own daughter had called an attempted murder a harmless prank. "A prank that could have killed me," I replied, trying to keep my voice firm. "Well," Mark said with casual cruelty that chilled me to the bone, "maybe next time you'll think twice before turning your back on your own family." I hung up immediately. I sat in complete silence for a long time, processing not just what had happened, but what it meant for our family's future. Rebecca hadn't sent the snake in a moment of impulsive, temporary anger. She had meticulously planned this. She had researched, purchased, organized delivery for a specific day loaded with symbolism. And when directly confronted, she hadn't shown even a hint of genuine remorse. Worse yet, she and Mark found the entire situation genuinely funny. David came to sit beside me on the sofa. "What did they say?" I told him about the entire conversation, about Mark's cruel laughter, about Rebecca calling attempted murder a prank, about the total lack of remorse or responsibility. "It's completely over," I said with a finality that surprised even myself. "I'm not going to try to save her from herself anymore. I'm not going to pretend it's just a phase or that she doesn't understand the consequences of her actions. It's over." The next morning, Monday, I woke up with a mental clarity I hadn't felt in years. I showered, dressed carefully, and drove to First National Bank, where David and I had maintained our accounts for over 20 years. I need to remove my daughter as an authorized user on all our credit cards. I informed the manager, Mr. Peterson, a kind man who had known our family for decades. Are you sure, Mrs. Chen? That's quite a significant change. I'm absolutely certain. Next, I canceled all automatic payments we made related to Rebecca's financial life. The monthly payment of $450 for her Honda Civic, the automatic transfer of $2,800 that happened religiously every 5th of each month for over 3 years. 30 complete years of progressive financial dependence systematically cut in a single productive morning. I should have done this at least 2 decades ago. When I got home, David was in the office paying some bills online. How did it go? Liberating, I replied honestly. For the first time in years, I feel like I have control over my own financial life. That afternoon, I went to my bedroom and opened the bottom drawer of the old dresser where I kept important documents. There was the April credit card statement, which I had specifically kept to investigate later. Line by line, I reviewed each charge until I found what I was looking for. Aurora Exotic Reptiles, 347.89, April 15th. I picked up the phone and called the store again. Aurora Exotic Reptiles, good afternoon, answered the same young, enthusiastic voice as before. Hi, I'm calling about a purchase made on the card ending in 4829 on April 15th. I'd like some specific details about what was acquired. Let me check. Oh yes, I found the complete record. It was an adult female coral snake, specialized terrarium substrate, a professional transport box with ventilation system, and shipping preparation fee. The snake was sent as a gift according to specific buyer instructions. And who made the purchase? The name on the card is Margaret Chen, but who came to the store in person was a younger woman who said she was your daughter. She knew many specific details about venomous snakes. Asked specifically about toxicity levels, victim survival time, poisoning symptoms. She seemed to know exactly what she wanted. My blood completely froze. Rebecca hadn't bought the snake impulsively. She had meticulously researched how lethal it would be. Thank you for the information, I murmured, hanging up with trembling hands. David appeared in the bedroom doorway. Did you discover something new? I told him about the call, about Rebecca going to the store personally, about the specific questions regarding toxicity and lethality. She knew exactly what she was doing, David said grimly. This wasn't a prank or an impulsive act. It was premeditated attempted murder. The call came on a Tuesday morning, 2 days after I had systematically cut all financial support. It was exactly 9:15, and I was in the backyard trying to keep myself mentally occupied by pulling weeds from the petunia beds. You did what? Rebecca screamed before I could even say hello. Her voice was loaded with a fury I had rarely heard. I imagine you just discovered about the credit cards and transfers, I replied calmly. I found out when my card was completely declined at King Soopers in front of everyone. She yelled with an intensity that made me hold the phone away from my ear. I looked like a complete idiot. I had to abandon a cart full of groceries for the entire week and leave humiliated. I felt a pang of something that could have been maternal guilt a few days ago. But after nearly being bitten by a venomous coral snake deliberately sent by my own daughter, my capacity to feel sorry for Rebecca's small public humiliations had disappeared completely and definitively. Rebecca, you're 32 years old and have 2 stable jobs. You and Mark together earn over $90,000 annually, I replied with objective facts. You should be able to buy basic groceries without financially depending on your retired parents' credit card. It's not about the money itself, she screamed, but we both knew it was exactly and exclusively about the money. It's about you completely abandoning us when we need you most. It's about you choosing grandma's dead papers over your own living daughter. It's about you sending me a venomous snake, I said clearly, and the absolute silence that followed was so long that for a moment I thought she had hung up the phone. It was just a joke, she finally murmured, but her voice had lost all its previous strength. Rebecca, do you know exactly what the police officer told me yesterday? That if I had opened that box alone, if the snake had managed to bite me, I would have had at most 2 hours to get to a specialized hospital before dying. 2 hours. And you call that a joke? I didn't know it was that dangerous. she said. But even while speaking, I could clearly hear she was lying shamelessly. You went personally to the reptile store, Rebecca. They told me you asked specific questions about toxicity, poisoning symptoms, and victim survival time. You knew exactly what you were doing. I heard her start sobbing on the other end of the line, and for a microscopic moment, my maternal heart almost automatically gave in. Almost. But then I vividly remembered the sound of Mark's cruel laughter when he learned I had discovered about the snake, and my determination solidified like concrete. "Mom, please," she begged between sobs that seemed genuine. "I made a terrible and unforgivable mistake. I was so desperately angry. But you can forgive me, can't you? We're family. Family forgives. Family also doesn't try to murder each other. Rebecca." It was a moment of temporary insanity. I would never do something like this again. I swear by everything sacred. "How can I trust you?" I asked directly. "How can I be absolutely certain that next time you get angry with me, you won't do something even worse and more dangerous?" She couldn't formulate an answer to that fundamental question. "The money isn't coming back," I declared with finality. "Monthly transfers, credit card, car payments, everything permanently canceled. You and Mark need to finally learn to live exclusively within your own financial means. What if I go directly to the police and tell them you're lying about the snake?" she said, her voice becoming desperate and simultaneously cruel. "What if I say you're making up this whole story to have a convenient excuse to cut our help?" I genuinely laughed. Really laughed. "Rebecca, there's a complete official police report about removing a venomous coral snake from my property. There's physical evidence of the purchase on my credit card statement with exact date and amount. And there's a digital recording of this entire conversation because I learned to record all our calls after you systematically started denying things you had said." The silence on the other end was absolutely total. "You're recording me now?" she asked, her voice small and scared. "I'm recording all our conversations since last week," I confirmed without hesitation, "including this current one where you just confessed again that you sent the snake and tried to threaten me with lies to the police. You can't use that against me legally. I can and will if you continue threatening or disturbing me. Rebecca, you committed multiple federal crimes. Sending live animals through mail without adequate authorization is completely illegal. Sending venomous animals with intent to cause harm is attempted murder. If you continue threatening me, I'm going to take these recordings and all physical evidence directly to federal prosecutors." "You would turn in your own daughter?" The question hit me like a direct punch to the stomach because the answer was yes. I would turn her in. And the fact that we had reached exactly this point broke my heart in ways I didn't even know were humanly possible. "You're no longer the daughter I raised," I said, and the words came out like a painful confession. "The Rebecca I knew and loved would never try to kill me for money. So tell me honestly, who exactly are you now?" She hung up without answering the question. 3 days later, on Friday morning, Rebecca and Mark showed up unexpectedly at my door. I was organizing the kitchen pantry when I saw their familiar silver sedan parking directly in front of our house. My first instinct was to immediately lock all doors and pretend I wasn't home. But then I realized that if I continued running and avoiding direct confrontations, they would never understand that I was completely serious about permanent consequences. I opened the front door before they could knock, maintaining my upright and confident posture. "We need to talk urgently," Mark said without any preamble or basic courtesy. "We have absolutely nothing to talk about," I replied, "but let them in anyway. Not because I wanted to, but because I realized this final conversation needed to happen to establish definitive boundaries." They sat on the living room sofa as if they were still completely welcome there. Rebecca seemed to have cried recently. Her eyes were red and swollen, but Mark seemed mainly irritated and impatient. "Look, Margaret," he began, using my name in the authoritative way he always did when he wanted to sound official. "You need to immediately stop this dramatic nonsense. We know you're genuinely upset because of that snake situation, but it's way past time for everyone to be adult and rational about this." "Adult and rational," I repeated, barely able to believe what I was hearing. "Exactly," Rebecca said. leaning forward with a pleading expression. "Mom, I admit it was a stupid and thoughtless idea, but nothing really serious happened. You're perfectly fine, and now you're punishing not just me, but the boys too. They keep constantly asking when they can come see Grandma Margaret." It was absolutely incredible. Even after everything that had happened, after all the irrefutable evidence, they still thought I was the person being irrational and dramatic. "Nothing serious?" I asked incredulously. "Rebecca, you sent me a snake that could have killed me." "But it didn't kill you," Mark said, as if that magically solved everything. "And deep down, you know Rebecca would never do something to really hurt you permanently. It was just a desperate cry for attention. A cry for attention that cost $347 and violated multiple federal laws," David said dryly, appearing in the living room doorway. I hadn't heard him come down the stairs. Mark turned to him with masculine superiority. "David, you're a rational man. You understand that sometimes women do emotionally dramatic things when they're psychologically disturbed. Doesn't mean we should completely destroy the family because of an isolated episode." The expression on my husband's face told me immediately that Mark had just made a tremendously grave mistake. "Are you suggesting," David said, his voice becoming dangerously calm, "that I should ignore the fact that someone tried to poison my wife because women are emotionally dramatic?" "It wasn't attempted poisoning," Rebecca said quickly. "It was just fangs with venom." "Fangs with enough venom to kill an adult horse," David retorted immediately. Mark stood up abruptly, and suddenly the atmosphere in the room changed completely and dangerously. There was something in his posture, in the way he strategically positioned himself between David and the exit door, that made me feel genuinely frightened for the first time. "Let's stop pretending you're the innocent victims here," he said, his voice becoming lower and simultaneously more threatening. "You two spent entire years promising you'd always be available for family, that we could count on you unconditionally. And now, the first time Rebecca makes a small error in judgment, you brutally cut everything off. That's not how real family works. Real family doesn't try to murder each other," I said firmly. "Nobody tried to murder anybody," he shouted, completely losing civilized composure. "You're two paranoid old people transforming an unfortunate prank into an elaborate murder conspiracy. Get out of my house immediately," David said with authority. "No," Mark responded defiantly. "We're not leaving until we resolve this definitively. You're going to reactivate all the credit cards, restore the automatic monthly transfers, and permanently stop acting like we're dangerous criminals." "And if we don't?" I asked, although I already knew I wouldn't like the answer. Mark smiled, but it wasn't a pleasant or reassuring smile. It was the kind of expression predators make before attacking. "Well, it would be a real shame if something unexpected happened to you too. Two elderly people living alone in this big isolated house. You go out walking religiously every morning at 7. Grocery shopping every Wednesday at 2 p.m. Bridge Club every Thursday at 8 p.m. It would be very easy for someone who knows your predictable routine perfectly well to take advantage of that vulnerability." The blood completely froze in my veins. Mark had just explicitly threatened us. Not in a veiled or implicit way. He had literally threatened us with physical violence, specifically mentioning our daily routine as a form of intimidation. David immediately grabbed the phone from the side table. "What are you doing?" Rebecca asked, seeming genuinely scared for the first time. "Calling the police," David replied calmly. "Your husband just explicitly threatened us in our own house." "That wasn't a threat," Mark said quickly, but the panic in his voice completely gave him away. "It was just a general observation about residential security. I'm absolutely certain the police officers will interpret it exactly that way," David said sarcastically, dialing 911. Rebecca quickly stood up and pulled Mark toward the door with visible urgency. "Let's leave now," she said, her voice loaded with real panic. "Let's leave immediately." But Mark resisted her attempt to drag him out. "This isn't over," he said, looking me directly in the eyes with an intensity that made me feel physically threatened. "You can't treat us like this and think there won't be serious consequences." "Get out," I said, my voice coming out stronger and more determined than I actually felt internally. Get out now, or I'll complete the call to police myself. They finally left, but I could hear Mark shouting vulgar obscenities from outside until their car finally left our street. When silence finally returned to the house, David and I stood in the living room trying to completely process what had just happened. They directly threatened us, I said, still barely able to believe the reality. Yes, David confirmed grimly. And this time, there's absolutely no way to interpret it differently. I picked up my cell phone and started looking for a number in my contacts. Who are you calling now? David asked. Sarah Mitchell, I replied determinedly. That criminal attorney Sandra recommended last year when the neighbors had that complicated property invasion problem. I think we're going to urgently need professional legal help. Sarah Mitchell was able to see us Monday morning. Her office was in downtown Denver in a modern glass and steel building that inspired professional confidence. She had exactly the type of presence that made you immediately feel safer and more protected. Tall, elegant, graying hair in an impeccable bun and penetrating blue eyes that seemed able to see through any lie or manipulation. We were sitting in her conference room on a sunny morning, 1 week after Mark's direct threats. I had meticulously brought all the documents I could gather. The official police report about the snake, detailed bank statements showing the purchase at the reptile store, digital recordings of the calls where Rebecca confessed the prank, and even some photographs of the mysterious box that David had taken before police took everything as evidence. Let me confirm if I understand the entire situation correctly, Sarah said, carefully leafing through the papers organized on the table. Your 32-year-old daughter bought a venomous coral snake using your credit card, sent it to your house without any sender identification, admitted doing this during a recorded phone call, called the act a prank, and then her husband came to your house making specific physical threats about knowing your daily routine. Exactly, I confirmed. And all this happened after we refused to give her early access to my mother's inheritance. And you completely cut all financial support after the snake incident. Yes, credit cards, automatic monthly transfers, car payments, absolutely everything permanently canceled. Sarah leaned back in the leather chair, thoughtful and calculating. The first thing I need to honestly say is that you're dealing with a potentially very dangerous situation. The progressive escalation from emotional blackmail to attempted poisoning to explicit physical threats is genuinely concerning from a legal standpoint. Do you think they would really do something violent? David asked directly. I can't predict future behavior with certainty, Sarah replied honestly. But I can say the behavioral pattern is absolutely clear. Every time you establish a healthy boundary, they dramatically intensify their response. And now that you've cut off the money, which was essentially their source of power over you, they're desperate and potentially unpredictable. She picked up a golden pen and began making meticulous notes. Now, in specific legal terms, we have several viable options. Sending the snake through the postal system can be framed as illegal trafficking of dangerous animals, which is a federal crime. But, I asked anxiously, but proving specific lethal intent would be extremely difficult in court. Their defense would inevitably be that it was a prank in poor taste, not premeditated attempted murder. What might work better is a completely different legal approach. Sarah stood up and pulled a thick legal book from the impressive bookshelf behind her, beginning to flip through specific pages. Rebecca bought the snake legally at the store. Correct. The store had all necessary state licenses. Yes, I called to confirm all details, I replied. But, she said, smiling for the first time since we arrived, sending a live snake through the federal postal system without adequate declaration and specific transport licenses is a completely separate legal matter. Even though she bought the animal legally, transporting it alive by mail without appropriate federal authorizations constitutes illegal trafficking of controlled species. David leaned forward, interested. What does that mean exactly? It means we can frame this as a federal crime regardless of alleged intent. The simple act of sending the animal without federal license is sufficient for a solid charge. And with the confessional recordings admitting the act, we have more than enough evidence. I felt a wave of relief mixed with deep sadness. Relief because there were finally real legal consequences for what Rebecca had done. Sadness because we had reached the absolutely unacceptable point of needing to criminally prosecute my own daughter. What about the explicit physical threats? I asked. The threats are much more legally direct. Criminal intimidation, especially with the detailed specific mention of your daily routine, can be easily framed as a terroristic threat. Another solid federal charge. Sarah closed the book and looked at me directly with seriousness. Margaret, I need to ask something fundamental. Are you genuinely prepared to go all the way with this? Because once we initiate federal legal proceedings, there's no possible return. Your daughter could face real federal prison. The question hit me like a physical blow to the chest. Was I really prepared to send my own daughter to federal prison? I thought about all the times I had given in to Rebecca's progressively more extreme whims. All the times I invented elaborate excuses for her destructive behavior. All the times I told myself she was just immature or going through a difficult temporary phase. I thought about the coral snake silently moving inside that box, patiently waiting to fatally bite me when I opened what I thought was a loving Mother's Day gift. I thought about Mark's specific threats, the way he had cruelly smiled while describing our vulnerable daily routine, making it crystal clear that he watched us and knew exactly when we were unprotected. Yes, I said with absolute conviction. I'm completely prepared. Then we're also going to need to urgently update your will, Sarah said pragmatically. If something happens to you, Rebecca cannot benefit in any way from the crimes she committed against you. 2 productive hours later, we left Sarah's office with a comprehensive and detailed legal plan. She would immediately contact the Colorado Department of Wildlife and federal prosecutors. We would install professional residential security cameras and establish rigorous personal safety protocols, and Rebecca would be completely removed from the $350,000 inheritance my mother had left. Kevin, my responsible and stable younger son, would inherit absolutely everything. He had built an independent and prosperous life in California, had never asked us for an unnecessary penny, and maintained a healthy adult relationship with us based on genuine love, not toxic financial dependence. We also created a completely protected educational fund for Ethan and Oliver, which they could access at 18 exclusively for college or professional training. Rebecca and Mark could never touch this money, even if they somehow obtained total legal custody of the boys. Sarah had discovered a crucial loophole in the legal situation. Although the snake had been legally purchased at the licensed Aurora store, the specific act of transporting it alive through the federal postal system without adequate transport license constituted illegal trafficking of dangerous animals according to rigid federal laws. Mark, as an accomplice who helped plan and execute the shipping, possessed no authorization for transporting venomous species. Using federal mail to send live animals without appropriate declaration violated multiple specific federal regulations. The beauty of this approach, Sarah explained, is that we don't need to prove intent to kill. The crime is illegal transport, period. Intent is irrelevant to the charge. Simultaneously, she began structuring a new will, completely removing Rebecca from the inheritance. Considering she demonstrated willingness for violence against you, we cannot allow her to financially benefit from anything that happens. The new will also included specific clauses. If something happened to us under suspicious circumstances, an automatic investigation would be initiated, focusing on Rebecca and Mark as primary suspects. All our assets would go to Kevin and the grandchildren's educational fund, with Rebecca permanently excluded. The federal investigation moved faster than I ever expected. Sarah had strategic contacts in the Colorado Department of Wildlife, and, when she methodically presented all our evidence, the complete police report, the detailed credit card charge, the digital confessional recordings, and the official account of explicit physical threats, they took the case with absolute seriousness. Apparently, trafficking dangerous animals through the federal postal system was a growing national problem, and the department was genuinely eager to make a public example of someone who had violated regulations so flagrantly. Federal investigator Kevin Thompson, ironically with the same name as my younger son, came to visit us on a rainy Thursday afternoon. He was a serious and meticulous man in his 40s who took extremely detailed notes of absolutely everything we told him, from the initial confrontation to the physical threats at our door. "What impresses me most professionally," he said, closing his notepad after 2 hours of interview, is the evident and indisputable premeditation. The purchase was made specifically 2 days after your family discussion. The shipping was carefully scheduled to arrive exactly on Mother's Day. The ventilation holes demonstrate specific technical knowledge about safe transport of live reptiles. This definitely wasn't an impulsive or emotional act. And the direct physical threats? David asked. The threats completely seal the case, Thompson responded with conviction. They demonstrate a clear pattern of behavioral escalation and intentional intimidation, especially the part about knowing your daily routine in detail. That's textbook criminal intimidation with specific intent to cause psychological fear. Thompson closed his document folder. We're going to need you to formally identify the suspects through photographs and possibly testify if the case eventually goes to federal trial. Are you genuinely prepared for this responsibility? I looked at David, thinking about the magnitude of what we were about to set in motion, testifying against our own daughter in federal court. 6 months ago, the mere idea would have completely horrified me. But after everything that had happened, after all the lies and manipulations and attempts to harm me, it seemed the only possible way to finally establish that destructive actions had real and inevitable consequences. We're completely prepared, I replied with determination. 3 weeks later, on a cold Tuesday morning, Sarah called me before I even finished my breakfast. They've been arrested, she said without any preamble. I sat heavily in the kitchen chair, even actively waiting for this moment, even knowing it was the just and necessary consequence. Hearing the actual words made me physically sick. Both of them together, both simultaneously. Rebecca for illegal trafficking of dangerous animals through federal postal system and threat with potentially lethal substance. Mark for criminal intimidation and terroristic threat. Bail was denied due to documented pattern of behavioral escalation and flight risk. And what happens now? Now they stay in preventive detention until official trial. With the solid evidence we have, especially the unequivocal confessional recordings, it's highly likely their attorneys will recommend accepting a confession agreement to avoid risk of much longer federal sentences. I hung up the phone and sat in the completely silent kitchen for a long time. David was in the garden, still unaware of the news. I should feel victorious or at least deeply relieved, but mostly I felt strangely empty. My eldest daughter was in a federal prison cell. My grandchildren were temporarily without parents, probably confused and scared, being cared for by the other paternal grandparents we barely knew. And I was directly the person responsible for setting this devastating sequence of events in motion. But when I consciously remembered the coral snake silently moving inside that cardboard box, when I remembered Mark's cruel and calculating smile while describing our vulnerable daily routine, I knew with absolute certainty that I had done the only humanly possible thing. Some family bridges need to be permanently burned to protect what really matters. The final plea agreement came 2 months later. Rebecca accepted a sentence of 2.5 years in federal prison for trafficking dangerous animals and threat with lethal substance. Mark received 3 years for criminal intimidation and terroristic threat as he was legally considered the leader in escalating physical threats. I didn't personally go to see them being sentenced in federal court. Sarah represented me professionally throughout the entire process. 6 months after the arrest, I received a handwritten letter from the Federal Women's Penitentiary. It was from Rebecca. "Mom," it said in handwriting I immediately recognized. "I know you probably will never be able to genuinely forgive me, and I completely understand that. But I want you to know that I'm finally beginning to understand the real magnitude of what I did. In the mandatory psychological therapy sessions here, I've started to see how my behavior was progressively destructive. How I used you and Dad as emotional and financial crutches throughout my entire adult life. The snake. Jesus. Mom, I could have really killed you. When I think about it now with a clear mind, without anger and desperation clouding my judgment, I get physically sick. I don't expect forgiveness. I don't deserve it. But I want you to know that the woman who did that isn't really who I want to be. Or at least not who I'm working to become. I'm working every day to become someone better. Someone my children can genuinely respect when they grow up. Someone you could be proud to call daughter again. Even if that never happens. I sincerely hope you and Dad are happy and safe. You deserve true peace with deep love and genuine remorse. Rebecca. I cried reading the letter. I cried for the daughter I had lost, for the mother she could have been to the boys, for the precious years we wasted in a toxic cycle of dependence and emotional manipulation. But I didn't respond to the letter, at least not immediately. Rebecca needed to learn through real experience that genuine change took considerable time and that beautiful words on paper didn't magically erase attempted murder. Maybe one day when she got out of prison and proved through consistent actions, not just words, that she had really fundamentally changed, we could cautiously begin to rebuild some kind of relationship. But it would be a completely different relationship with crystal clear boundaries and real immediate consequences. As for the boys, Ethan and Oliver, they began visiting us again after 6 months of separation. The other paternal grandparents were genuinely decent people who understood that children desperately needed stability and unconditional love, not to be used as emotional weapons in complicated adult wars. We explained to them in terms carefully appropriate for 6-year-olds that mommy and daddy had made some very bad choices and needed a long time to learn to make better choices, that sometimes adult people made tremendous mistakes and had to face serious consequences. The boys adapted surprisingly better than I expected. Children are genuinely resilient, and with lots of constant love and emotional stability, they visibly flourished. David and we discovered our house was infinitely more peaceful without constant drama and financial manipulation. We returned to traveling regularly, something we hadn't done in years because there was always some fabricated emergency from Rebecca that urgently needed our financial or emotional attention. We reconnected with dear friends we had neglected. I rediscovered hobbies I had abandoned. And I discovered something fundamental about myself that I never knew. I was much stronger and more independent than I had ever imagined. For entire decades, I let Rebecca convince me that I was a terrible mother if I didn't automatically give in to all her whims, that genuine maternal love meant never saying no, never establishing real consequences, always being available to rescue and support regardless of destructive behavior. But true love, healthy and lasting love, sometimes means courageously letting people face the complete consequences of their actions. It means establishing firm boundaries and maintaining them consistently. It means protecting yourself and the people you love from destructive behaviors, even when those behaviors come from someone you love deeply. It took me 58 years to learn this fundamental lesson, but I finally learned it completely. Now on to the next story. Story 3. I canceled my wedding after my mother-in-law tried to change the guest list. I am a 29-year-old woman and I've been with my Emil for 3 years. We got engaged 9 months ago. It was the perfect moment, just the two of us at a quiet little spot where we had our first date. After that, we started planning a wedding that would match that vibe. Small, personal, around 50 guests, close friends and family. We didn't want anything flashy, just something that felt like us. Emil is pretty close to his parents, and they've always been a big part of his life. His mom, especially, has a strong personality, always getting involved in every family decision. I don't have that same kind of closeness with my family. Things have always been a bit strained between us, but we keep it civil. So, it wasn't too surprising when Emil's mom wanted to get involved in our wedding planning. At first, it seemed like she just wanted to help. She offered to cover the cost of the venue, which we thought was generous. Weddings are expensive, so having one less thing to worry about was great, or at least that's what we thought. Not long after she offered, Emil's mom started making little suggestions. She mentioned how it might be nice to invite a few of her business associates to the wedding, people we didn't even know. Emil and I brushed it off at first, thinking she was just trying to be helpful. We figured she'd drop it if we didn't make a big deal out of it. But then, without telling us, she went ahead and booked a different venue altogether. And not just any venue, a much fancier place than what we originally chosen. Our plan was for something cozy and laid back, but this new venue was all about grand halls, chandeliers, and marble floors. She told us she thought our first choice was too modest for such a special occasion. I felt like our plans were getting hijacked, but Emil just kept saying, "It's just how she is. She means well." I tried to let it go, hoping it would all smooth out, but then the guest list became an issue. Emil's mom sent over a list with about 30 extra names, most of which were people we had never met, her colleagues, old friends, even some clients. It wasn't just an extra seat or two. It was almost doubling our guest list. I brought it up to Emil, and it turned into our first big argument about the wedding. He was caught between keeping the peace with his mom and respecting what we wanted for our own day. It got heated, and we ended up going to bed without really solving anything. A few days later, Emil's dad stepped in, trying to play the mediator. He sat us down and talked about how important it is to keep the family united, especially during special events like weddings. I could tell he was just trying to help, but it felt like more pressure to give in to what his mom wanted. It wasn't about a wedding anymore. It was about making sure no one's feelings got hurt, except maybe mine. That's when I reached out to my best friend. He's always been my go-to for advice, and he didn't hold back. He told me I needed to stand my ground before this whole thing spiraled out of control. "It's your wedding too," he said. "Don't let her take over." His words made a lot of sense, but it was easier said than done, especially with Emil being caught in the middle. The situation took a turn when Emil's mom hit us with an ultimatum. She said that if we didn't include the people on her list, she wouldn't pay for the venue. Felt like a power play, and I was over it. I told Emil we should just forget about the money and go back to our original plan, the simple, intimate wedding we both wanted. Emil didn't know what to say. He was torn between supporting me and not wanting to disappoint his mom. It was like he was stuck between two worlds, and I could see the strain it was putting on him. The stress was starting to get to me. I didn't know how to deal with all of it, so I decided to post about our situation on Reddit. I figured if I laid it all out there, maybe people could give me some perspective or at least tell me I wasn't being completely unreasonable. I didn't expect it to get much attention, but I just needed to vent. That's pretty much where things are right now. We're still trying to figure out what to do, and I'm hoping Emil can see why this is such a big deal for me. But honestly, I'm feeling pretty stuck. It's like every time I think we're getting closer to a solution, something else gets in the way. And with a wedding date creeping closer, I know we can't keep putting this off. After I posted our situation on Reddit, it blew up way more than I expected. People from all over weighed in, offering their opinions and advice. Most of them sided with me, saying I wasn't being unreasonable for wanting to keep our wedding how we originally planned. They told me to hold my ground, not to let anyone take control of our big day. It felt like the internet had my back, even if real life felt a lot messier. But things got more complicated when my post found its way back to Emil's mom. I'm not sure how it happened, but I suspect one of her friends or a relative saw it and connected the dots. After the Reddit post reached Emil's mother, everything fell apart quickly. The phone call came late at night and his voice was heavy with exhaustion. "She's furious," he said. His mother had read every word, and the situation exploded within the family. She felt humiliated, as if her generosity and intentions had been unfairly exposed. But what hurt her the most was that Emil hadn't fully taken her side, leaving her even more resentful and making him feel like he'd failed as a son. The atmosphere between us became suffocating. Emil was torn, growing more distant, trying to balance his mother's expectations with ours. I saw the confusion in his eyes and the hesitation in his voice whenever he talked about the wedding. He was trying to please everyone, but in the process he was losing himself and inevitably losing me too. As much as I tried to stay calm, the situation was draining me. What should have been a special moment had turned into a silent war of wills. Then, one Saturday morning, Emil's mother showed up at our place without warning, impeccably dressed with a rigid posture. She walked in as if she owned the place. She sat on the couch and immediately began talking about how disappointed she was with everything. She didn't hold back, criticizing me for making a family matter public. Each word felt like a stab, and Emil sat silently beside her as if he weren't even there. "You're ruining everything," she said coldly, locking eyes with me, waiting for me to back down. Anger boiled inside me, but I held it in. I wanted to scream that this wedding was supposed to be about me and Emil, not about her, but instead, I stayed quiet, looking at Emil, silently begging him to stand up for me. He just lowered his head, unable to choose a side. In that moment, I knew something had irreversibly changed. I was on my own in this fight. After she left, the silence in the apartment was unbearable. I asked Emil directly if he really wanted to marry me or if he was just going along with it out of inertia. He couldn't answer, he just stood there looking lost. That was the final blow. I got up, went to the bedroom and started packing my things. I couldn't stay in this situation any longer, fighting a battle I shouldn't have to fight. As I packed, Emil finally tried to say something. "Please don't do this, we'll figure it out." But his voice was weak, as if even he didn't believe what he was saying. I paused for a moment, looking at him, and saw a man trapped between pleasing his mother and living his own life. But he didn't move. He didn't do anything to stop me from leaving, and that was all the confirmation I needed. I zipped up my bag, grabbed my keys, and walked out without saying another word. The sound of the door closing was both a relief and a heartbreak. I knew that from this moment on, there was no turning back. I called my best friend and told him what had happened. He listened quietly and then, with all the calm in the world, said, "You did the right thing. No one deserves to start their life like that." In the following days, I received a few messages from Emil trying to talk, but I had already reached my breaking point. I deleted every message without replying. It didn't take long before I heard that his mother was spreading the story to the family, painting me as ungrateful and irresponsible for walking away from the wedding. But I didn't care. For the first time in months, I felt free. I started focusing on myself again. I picked up old hobbies, spent more time with friends, and slowly began to find myself. It wasn't easy, but it was liberating. Emil and I never spoke again. I heard from mutual friends that he eventually grew even more distant from his mother after I left. But by then it no longer mattered. My story with him was over. What was supposed to be the start of a new life together became the opportunity for me to rediscover myself. Maybe one day Emil will realize what he lost, but by then I'll be far too gone to care. In the months that followed, the weight of the breakup slowly gave way to a new sense of determination. I wasn't going to let that situation break me. More than that, I decided that if they thought they could walk over me and come out unscathed, they were deeply mistaken. The wound was still open, and the only way forward was through closure, a kind of closure that left no room for regrets. I started by reorganizing my life. I moved to a new city, found a new job, and gradually rebuilt my independence. At the same time, I kept quiet tabs on Emil and his family through mutual friends and social media. It didn't take long to hear that his mother was still spreading twisted stories about me, painting me as ungrateful and unstable, blaming me for ruining her son's relationship. Little did she know the game was far from over. Then, I heard a rumor. Emil was engaged to another woman named Sophie. They had met only a few months after I left. The news didn't hurt me as much as it motivated me. It was the spark I needed to carry out my plan for revenge. Sophie was young and insecure, clearly unaware of what she was walking into, and me? I had the information and the drive to turn their relationship into a disaster before it even began. I started small, sending Sophie anonymous messages warning her to be cautious of her future mother-in-law. I was patient, planting little seeds of doubt over time. Stories about how Emil's mother had tried to control our wedding and how she was already overstepping with Sophie's plans. It worked. Sophie began confronting Emil, and their arguments started. They were subtle at first, just small disagreements, but I knew how to bide my time. Meanwhile, I created fake profiles to connect with Sophie's friends and colleagues, slowly leaking unsettling details about Emil's past. I revealed how he never stood up for me, how he let his mother meddle in every important decision. Each piece of information was a quiet, ticking bomb waiting for the perfect moment to explode. And then it did. As the wedding preparations reached their peak, Sophie started seeing the truth. The helpful mother-in-law she thought she had was now trying to control everything. Her arguments with Emil intensified until 1 week before the wedding. Something happened that I hadn't expected. Sophie reached out to me directly. I got a message from her saying she needed to know the truth about Emil and what had happened between us. This was the final blow I had been waiting for. I agreed to meet with Sophie, not because I wanted anything from her, but because it was my chance to end this story on my terms. When we met, Sophie looked nervous, as if she already knew what I was going to say. I held nothing back. I told her everything. Every manipulation from Emil's mother, every moment he stood by in silence when I needed him the most. I explained that she was on the verge of living the same nightmare I had gone through. She listened in silence, and when I finished, I could see in her eyes that something had shifted. 3 days later, I heard the wedding was off. There wasn't a formal announcement, but the news spread quickly through Emil's social circle. He tried to contact me one last time, but I didn't answer. There was nothing left to say. Sophie moved on, and I knew she had escaped what could have been a lifetime of control and manipulation. As for Emil and his mother, I heard things between them deteriorated quickly. His mother never forgave him for losing 2 fiancées in a row, and he ended up cutting ties with her. It was ironic in a way. The woman who had fought so hard to control him now found herself alone, and the son she tried so desperately to protect had become a stranger to her. For me, it was the closure I needed. It wasn't about lost love or lingering anger anymore. It was about reclaiming my dignity and showing that no one walks over me without consequences. Today, I look back without regret, not because of the revenge itself, but because I closed that chapter once and for all. And the best part? Knowing that while they're trapped in their regrets and broken relationships, I'm free, ready to live life on my own terms. In the months that followed the cancellation of Sophie and Emil's wedding, I finally felt like I was rebuilding my life. The sense of freedom was like a breath of fresh air. The pain and frustration that once consumed me were now replaced by a quiet determination. I knew that not only had I escaped a toxic relationship, but I was also ready to give myself the chance to thrive. If life had given me a blank page, I was going to write a whole new story on it. With more time and energy, I decided to invest in an old dream, starting my own event planning business. I had always had a natural talent for organizing and creating unique experiences, and, ironically, the chaos of my canceled wedding gave me the push I needed to pursue that career. I started small, organizing events for friends and colleagues, and soon my reputation began to grow. At first, it was tough. I had to learn about management, marketing, and finances from scratch, but I had never been more motivated. Every contract I secured felt like a personal victory, proof that I could build something on my own without relying on anyone. Within months, the business began to thrive. Referrals started pouring in, and suddenly my calendar was packed with weddings, parties, and corporate events. Each success was a reminder that I had made the right choice by walking away from Emil and his family. Meanwhile, I heard from mutual friends that things weren't going well for Emil and his mother. Their relationship had never recovered. Sophie had moved on, and from what I gathered, she was much better off without him. His mother, once a powerful and controlling figure, was now increasingly isolated. It seemed that all the control she tried to exert over her son's life had only succeeded in driving him further away. Then, something unexpected happened. One of my clients turned out to be a friend of Sophie's. During a meeting to discuss her event, I casually mentioned that I knew Emil. Her reaction was one of surprise, but instead of awkwardness, she smiled and said, "You dodged a bullet, and so did I." We laughed together, and in that moment, I felt a deep sense of peace, as if all the pain and frustration from the past were finally behind me. Over time, my business grew so much that I started hiring staff. What began as a small personal project evolved into a thriving franchise. I opened offices in multiple cities, and my name became a go-to in the event planning industry. I was living a life I never imagined, with financial independence and a strong network of friends and colleagues who genuinely supported me. Then, one day, I received an unexpected email. It was from Emil. He apologized for everything and asked to meet and talk. I deleted the email without responding. There was nothing left to say. I had moved on, and the life I built was proof that I didn't need any explanation or apology from him. As the years went by, I started giving talks on overcoming adversity and entrepreneurship. People loved hearing how a tough situation could become the starting point for something incredible. I didn't hide my past. Instead, I turned it into a powerful lesson about the importance of prioritizing yourself and never settling for less than you deserve. Today, when I look back, I see that everything happened exactly as it should have. Not only did I escape a life that would have suffocated me, but I also built something extraordinary from the wreckage. Emil and his mother, they became nothing more than a footnote in the story of my life. While they were stuck in a cycle of regrets and poor choices, I was living fully, following my dreams and setting my own rules. And the best part? Knowing that every one of my achievements is proof that the best revenge is success. Now on to the next story. Story 4. My name's Justin. I'm 27 and I've always been the quiet one in the family. Not shy, just observant. The one who stays behind after dinner to help with the dishes while the others are already on their third glass of wine in the living room. The one who never makes a scene, never raises his voice, the one who everyone forgets to include in group photos. And if anyone ever did remember me, it was usually followed by a condescending smile or a passive-aggressive joke about how low maintenance I was. My family, especially my cousins, never really saw me as part of the pack. More like a stray that grandma insisted on feeding. Growing up, my cousin Alex was the golden boy. He could do no wrong in the eyes of my aunt and uncle. Always the loudest in the room, always center of attention. Then there was Marissa, his younger sister, who followed his lead like a shadow. If Alex rolled his eyes at me, she laughed. If he ignored me at family parties, she made sure others did too. I wasn't bullied exactly, but I was dismissed, constantly made to feel like I didn't matter. And the one person who always made sure I knew I did matter was Grandma Evelyn. She wasn't flashy or loud. She was gentle, thoughtful. She kept hard candies in every pocket and knew how to make every grandchild feel special. Well, everyone except Alex and Marissa. I don't think they ever noticed how Grandma always asked me to help her with her garden, or how she'd save a slice of my favorite peach pie for me. Even when I arrived late to dinners, she and I had this quiet bond built on unspoken understanding. I used to help her set up her iPad and she'd sit beside me with a cup of tea, smiling like I was the most fascinating person in the world. When I moved out at 19 to start a small graphic design business, she was the only one who took it seriously. Everyone else called it a hobby, even after I landed my first major client. Grandma, though, she framed one of my posters and hung it in her hallway. When she passed, it felt like the ground shifted beneath me. It wasn't just grief. It was this deep, hollow ache that made everything else in life feel off, like the one person who actually saw me was gone. The funeral was set for a Thursday morning in the town where Grandma had lived for over 40 years. I took the week off work, booked a nearby Airbnb, and packed my best suit, the same one I wore to my first gallery opening, the one Grandma had flown 2 hours to attend, even though she hated airports. I got there early, like always, expecting things to be a little chaotic. But I wasn't prepared for what came next. I was standing outside the funeral home when the limo pulled up. It was sleek, black, the kind that whispers wealth. I watched as Alex stepped out first, looking like he'd just come from a board meeting. Sharp jawline, perfect hair, crisp navy suit. Marissa followed, dabbing at her dry eyes with a tissue that I'm pretty sure was more for show than anything else. A few other family members trailed behind. My aunt, my uncle, even my dad, who had divorced my mom years ago and only resurfaced for big family events. I waved. No one waved back. Then I noticed there was one spot left in the limo. Just one. Alex glanced at me, then turned to Marissa and muttered something. She smirked. I took a step forward. Is there room? Alex didn't even flinch. There's no room in the limo, he said casually, already climbing back inside. You should probably just grab an Uber or something. And just like that, the door shut. They drove off without so much as a backward glance. I stood there for a few seconds, my hands still half raised, like I hadn't quite accepted what had just happened. My first instinct was to laugh because really, who does that? Who leaves someone standing outside their own grandmother's funeral? But the laughter never came. Instead, I just lowered my arm, pulled out my phone, and ordered a ride. The driver arrived in 5 minutes. He didn't say much. I didn't either. Just stared out the window, letting the silence wrap around me like a cold wind. I arrived 20 minutes late. The service had already started. I slipped in quietly through the back, not making a sound. I didn't need to sit in the front row or even near the family. I just wanted to be there to say goodbye. But even from where I sat, I could see the smug glances my cousins exchanged when they noticed me walking in alone. Marissa actually leaned over and whispered something to Alex that made him smirk. I didn't respond. I didn't even look at them. I just kept my eyes forward, hands folded, jaw tight. I said my silent goodbye. I thanked Grandma for every kind word, every soft hug, every time she made me feel like I wasn't invisible. And then I left. That evening, I skipped the family reception. No one texted to ask where I was. Not that I expected them to. I ordered takeout back at the Airbnb, watched one of Grandma's favorite movies on my laptop, The Sound of Music, and stared at the glowing screen long after the credits rolled. I thought about the will, which was scheduled to be read a few days later at Grandma's attorney's office. I wasn't expecting much. Maybe a small keepsake, a letter, maybe even nothing. Just something to hold on to, a part of her. But what happened at that meeting changed everything. The reading of the will was scheduled for Monday morning, 3 days after the funeral. The attorney's office was in this old building downtown with worn red brick and gold-lettered signage that looked like it hadn't changed since the 70s. I got there early again and waited on the leather bench in the hallway, scrolling through old photos of Grandma on my phone. Most were from random Sundays at her house. Her and her son had holding a tray of lemonade or laughing while pointing at something out of frame. It hit me all over again that she was really gone. Around 10:03, the rest of the family arrived late as always. They came in loud, laughing, chatting like they were meeting for brunch instead of their mothers while reading. Alex strolled in first, wearing aviator sunglasses indoors and talking on his phone about some crazy deal at work. Marissa trailed behind, fiddling with her nails, and their parents, my aunt and uncle, looked as smug and relaxed as ever. My dad was there too, nodding politely to everyone, though I could tell he felt just as out of place as I did. When they saw me, the talking dulled for a second. Just a second. Then it picked up again, as if I were just another piece of old furniture in the room. "Didn't know you were invited?" Marissa muttered as she passed me, not even bothering to make eye contact. I didn't answer. I just gave a small nod like I hadn't heard her and went back to my phone. But my heart was thumping in my chest. The attorney, Mr. Langley, opened the door and motioned us in. The room was small and lined with dusty law books. A long wooden table sat in the center with folders neatly stacked, a pitcher of water, and a few glasses. We all took our seats, me at the far end near the window. Mr. Langley was an older gentleman with a slow, deliberate way of speaking. "Thank you all for coming. Evelyn's final wishes were very specific, and I intend to honor them exactly as written." He opened a manila folder and began reading. The first part was standard. A few donations to charities she'd supported. Her church, a small scholarship fund for young women studying horticulture. Then it turned personal. "To my daughter Helen," Mr. Langley read, referring to my aunt, "I leave my collection of antique teacups and the china cabinet they're housed in." Helen looked disappointed. "Just the teacups?" she whispered. "To my son George, my dad, I leave the bronze clock from the fireplace mantel and my collection of first-edition mystery novels." Dad blinked, surprised. "Wow, she knew I love those." "To my grandson Alexander," Mr. Langley continued, "I leave the contents of the wine cellar and my gardening tools." Alex sat back with a faint chuckle. "The wine cellar? Nice. Grandma always had good taste." "To my granddaughter Marissa, I leave my jewelry box and the costume jewelry inside." Marissa blinked. "Wait, just costume jewelry? That's got to be a mistake." Mr. Langley didn't respond. He just turned the page. Then he looked up directly at me. For the first time, the room got quiet. "And to my grandson, Justin," he paused, "I leave the house, all its contents, the remaining savings in my personal account, and full ownership of my stake in the floral business I helped co-found in 1978. The silence that followed was deafening. Alex's jaw dropped. Marissa audibly gasped. My aunt looked like someone had slapped her across the face. I didn't say anything. Couldn't. My ears were ringing. "What?" Alex muttered. "That can't be right." Mr. Langley adjusted his glasses. "It is. I was present when she wrote it, and a witness as she signed it." Marissa's voice shot up an octave. "You're telling me he gets the house? He gets the savings? What about the antiques, the stocks, the actual jewelry?" "I assure you," Mr. Langley said calmly, This was all intentional. Evelyn was very clear. I could feel the heat of their eyes on me. The tension in the room coiled like a spring. But why him? My aunt snapped, finally breaking the stunned silence. He barely came to family events. He was always off in his little bubble. He's not even close with the rest of us. Mr. Langley glanced at me, then back at the paper. There's a note she asked me to read aloud. Would you all like to hear it? Everyone fell silent again. No one wanted to say yes, but they didn't say no either. Mr. Langley cleared his throat and read. To those who are confused by my choices, the people who showed me love quietly without fanfare are the ones who meant the most. This isn't about duty. This is about presence, about kindness, about loyalty that asks for nothing in return. I don't owe anyone an explanation, but I've given one anyway. That last line hit like a punch to the gut. My aunt's face turned a deep shade of red. Alex just shook his head in disbelief, like it couldn't possibly be true. Marissa mumbled something under her breath that I couldn't quite catch. I stayed silent. No gloating, no smug look. I just sat there staring out the window. It should have ended there. But of course it didn't, because some people, when they lose control, they scramble to get it back. Over the next few days, the mask started slipping. The text came first from Marissa. Hey, so obviously things were a bit tense at the will reading. Just wanted to say no hard feelings. Smiley face. If you ever want to do brunch, I'm free this week. Then my aunt, we should talk about the house. You're young. You probably don't want to be burdened with all the maintenance. Maybe we could help take it off your hands. Even Alex tried, hey man, no idea why grandma did that, but it's cool. If you're thinking of selling, let me know. I've got some connections. I didn't respond to any of them, but they didn't take silence as an answer. That's when the manipulation started. They came to the house uninvited under the guise of helping clean up. Marissa claimed she was there to organize Grandma's jewelry, even though most of it was already gone. Alex walked into the wine cellar like it belonged to him. My aunt started boxing up furniture without asking me a thing. When I told them they needed to stop, politely at first, they acted confused, hurt, like I was the one being unreasonable. I just thought you wouldn't mind, my aunt said, arms crossed. It's not like you were ever close to the family, Alex added. You really going to keep all this stuff for yourself? Doesn't feel very Grandma Evelyn, if you ask me. And for the first time in my life, I looked him square in the eyes and didn't look away. I could feel something shifting inside me, something slow, heavy, not anger, something colder. I didn't argue. I didn't raise my voice, but I did start locking the doors. What they didn't realize was that Grandma left me more than just her house. She left me something they didn't even know existed. And once I understood what it was, the plans started forming quietly, just like everything else I'd ever done. And when I was ready, they were going to feel everything they'd made me swallow for the last 20 years. The next few weeks were tense but manageable until the betrayal hit me square in the chest like a brick I never saw coming. I kept my distance from them like always. After the will reading, I'd made it clear without saying a word that the house, the assets, everything Grandma left me, it wasn't up for discussion. I didn't flaunt anything. I didn't change the locks with a flourish or parade around like I'd won something. I just quietly lived in the house, tended to Grandma's plants, updated a few things in the living room, and worked remotely from her sunroom, which overlooked the garden I used to help her with as a kid. But behind my back, the whispering had started. It began subtly. I got a letter from the Homeowners Association, some complaint about unauthorized renovations. Then my electricity mysteriously got cut off for a day due to a change in billing info. When I called the utility company, they said someone claiming to be the new owner had called in and switched accounts. I had to send in proof that I was the legal owner. They apologized, reinstated my account, and that was that. Or so I thought. Then came the real gut punch. One afternoon, I was working on a branding mock-up for a client when I got a call from the florist company Grandma had co-owned for decades. Her pride and joy, the company that still bore her name on the sign, Evelyn and Bloom. She'd left me her stake in the business, something I hadn't even touched yet since I was still processing everything else. But I was planning to soon. Grandma had always wanted me to use my design skills to help modernize their branding and digital presence. and I was finally getting ready to step in. "Hi, this is Claire," said the voice on the other end. She was the shop's manager. I just wanted to double-check something. We got a call from Helen today, your aunt, and she said you decided to give up your shares in the business and pass them back to the family for safekeeping. Said she'd be signing the paperwork soon." I froze. "What?" "She said it was your decision," Claire repeated, sounding hesitant. "She showed us a scanned email from your address. It looked a little odd, honestly. Didn't really sound like you, so I figured I'd just confirm directly." I immediately opened my email. There it was, a sent message dated 2 days ago, supposedly from me, to whom it may concern. "I, Justin Morgan, hereby relinquish all shares and rights to the Evelyn and Bloom Floral business effective immediately. My Aunt Helen will be acting on my behalf regarding all future matters. Please comply with her instructions as needed. Sincerely, Justin." Except I didn't write that. I never sent that email. My hands started to tremble. The name on the sent from field looked right, but something about the formatting was off. A closer look revealed it wasn't even my email address. Just one that looked similar with an extra period and a fake domain. Someone had spoofed my identity. "They're trying to steal the business?" I whispered, barely believing the words coming out of my own mouth. Claire's voice softened. "I thought it didn't seem like you. I didn't want to make assumptions, but thank you for calling me," I said. "Please don't accept anything from her. I'm going to get this straightened out." I hung up and sat in complete silence for a long, long time. That was it. It wasn't just disrespect anymore. This wasn't about a limo or being left out of group chats or smirks behind my back. This was theft. It was identity fraud. It was crossing a line so blatant, so vicious that it made my stomach turn. My own family had tried to forge my consent to steal what Grandma had trusted me with. Something she built from the ground up. Something she passed on with intention. And the worst part, they probably didn't think I'd fight back. They'd seen me as silent for so long. The kid in the corner, the easy target, the one they could walk over like a doormat and expect a polite nod in return. But that version of me, he died the day they shut that limo door in my face. I forwarded the fake email to a lawyer the next morning. I'd hired one quietly right after the will reading just in case. Mr. Gordon was sharp, no nonsense, and extremely efficient. He didn't blink when I explained what happened. "This is forgery and attempted fraud," he said matter-of-factly. "You have full rights over that stake, and this email stunt is a clear violation. What do? We file a cease and desist. And if they push harder, we escalate. But first, I want you to gather anything else that might help us. Any signs that they've tried to undermine your inheritance. Keep a record. We'll be ready." And just like that, a fire started burning in me. Not rage, not vengeance, clarity. They had tried to erase me from Grandma's legacy. They had underestimated the quiet one. And now I was going to make sure that every fake smile, every manipulative scheme, every behind-the-back betrayal would come to light. Not with shouting, not with drama, with precision, with undeniable proof, and with a plan so clean they wouldn't even see it coming until the very end. Because Grandma didn't raise a fool. She raised a quiet storm, and the storm was just beginning. After that call with the florist and the meeting with my lawyer, I thought I was prepared for anything else they might throw at me. But when people are desperate, when they feel power slipping from their hands, they don't get smarter. They get reckless. The first real blow came the next weekend. It was early Saturday morning and I was out on the back porch with a mug of coffee watching the dew roll off the garden leaves. Grandma's garden. It was still full of late blooms and I'd been keeping it just like she liked it. Colorful, soft, quiet. It was the only place that still felt like her. Then my phone buzzed. Blocked number. I normally let those go to voicemail, but something in me said to pick it up. A woman's voice. Shaky. "Is this Justin Morgan?" "Yes." "Who's calling?" "This is Janet from First National Bank. I'm calling to confirm some account activity that flagged our system. We've had multiple attempts to withdraw large sums from an account under your name. We've frozen the account for your protection, but we'll need to verify your identity in person." I blinked, sitting up. "Wait, my savings account?" "Yes, sir. 2 withdrawal attempts within the last 48 hours. One was flagged as unusual. The other nearly went through but was stopped due to a name mismatch on the signature. My stomach dropped. I barely touched that account. It was Grandma's final savings, the one she left me in the will. I hadn't even used it yet. Not a single cent. I haven't authorized any withdrawals, I said slowly. Not one. She gave me a location, one of the local branches, and the name on the attempted withdrawal, Helen Morgan, my aunt. My own flesh and blood had not only tried to steal my business share behind my back. Now she was literally trying to drain Grandma's savings, the money she left for me. Not for a joint account, not for the family, for me. I didn't say a word after the call. I didn't throw my mug or scream into a pillow. I just sat there for a long time until the coffee went cold in my hand and the sun moved higher in the sky. That was the lowest I'd felt in years. Not because of the money, but because I fully realized, that these people, the ones who called themselves family, saw me as nothing more than a resource to be siphoned off until I was dry. And once they were done, they'd move on, probably back to pretending I didn't exist. I wasn't even a person to them, just a will-reading mistake they wanted to correct. I couldn't even bring myself to tell my dad. He hadn't spoken up during the will reading. He hadn't defended me when they barged into Grandma's house or started boxing up furniture. Maybe he didn't know how, or maybe he didn't want to rock the boat. But either way, I didn't have him in my corner. Not really. For a couple of days, I drifted. I didn't leave the house much. I barely ate. I'd sit in Grandma's reading nook at night with her old shawl still draped over the chair, letting the silence settle over me like dust. Everything felt heavy, wrong. But in that silence, something started forming. Not anger, resolve. I stopped looking at them as people I needed approval from. I stopped trying to protect their feelings. That phase was over completely. I had always believed in taking the high road. But the high road doesn't mean standing still while others drag your name through the mud and loot your legacy. I started documenting everything. Emails, voicemails, the forged bank activity, photos of the cleaning sessions they conducted in the house without my permission. I scanned old texts from Marissa, especially the ones where she hinted I was too fragile to handle the pressure of inheritance. I found an old voicemail from Alex back when Grandma was in hospice, laughing about how she probably wouldn't even remember where her will was. I created a folder called Evidence on my desktop. Every night I added to it. Then I started meeting with Mr. Gordon more frequently. We drafted a cease and desist letter with real teeth. We reviewed the bank's internal logs and flagged the forged withdrawal attempts as potential fraud. I filed a report with the police quietly. Helen wouldn't be arrested overnight, but the record would exist. Paper trail. One she wouldn't see until it was too late. I also reached out to Claire again at the florist shop and asked for a full record of communications from anyone claiming to be representing me. She sent over a folder full of suspicious emails from Helen from a burner account pretending to be me. Even one from Marissa asking to make updates to the payroll structure. They'd been planning something bigger than I realized. Not just grabbing the house or the money. They were trying to erase me entirely and reinstall themselves as the rightful heirs to everything Grandma had left. I still hadn't told them I knew. I still smiled in the family group chat, which suddenly added me again when Helen posted a photo of some cousin's baby. I still answered texts from Marissa with polite short replies. I let them believe they were getting away with it because if they thought I was clueless, they wouldn't see what was coming. And that was the only thing keeping me afloat through that pit of silence, isolation, and slow brewing betrayal. The knowledge that I wasn't powerless. The knowledge that Grandma had left me more than just stuff. She'd left me trust. And I was finally about to show them what happens when the quiet one stops staying quiet. Something shifted the moment I let go of the idea that I owed them kindness. I wasn't raised to be spiteful. Grandma had always said, "Don't fight fire with fire. Build something so bright they can't ignore it." I used to think that meant staying small and polite. But now I understood what she really meant. Power doesn't come from pleasing people. It comes from owning who you are without apology. So that's what I did. The first step, the house. I made it my own. Not in a loud, flashy way. No marble countertops or massive renovations. Just quiet, deliberate upgrades. I took down the old wallpaper in the foyer and replaced it with a deep blue shade that made the space feel warmer. I fixed the loose floorboards myself. Replaced Grandma's flickering porch light with a soft amber lantern she would have loved. Every evening I lit it as the sun set like a quiet signal to myself that I belonged here now. This wasn't just a house I inherited. It was home. Then came the business. Claire and I met over coffee. She'd been running the day-to-day of Evelyn and Bloom since before Grandma got sick. And she was good. Really good. Smart, detail-oriented. No patience for drama. She'd been skeptical when Grandma first said I'd be taking over her share. But after what Helen pulled, Claire was firmly in my corner. I want to update the brand, I told her during that first meeting. Website, social, logo, everything. Same heart, new face. She grinned. You're the designer, right? Let's do it. Over the next month, I poured myself into it. I rebranded Evelyn and Bloom with a soft, modern palette. Hand-drew a new logo based on one of Grandma's favorite flowers and built an entirely new website with online ordering, same-day delivery options, and a weekly blog showcasing bouquet styles. Claire handled logistics. I handled visuals. Sales doubled in 6 weeks. We started getting orders from out of state. A local wedding planner featured us in a spread. A home decor Instagram account shared our bouquets in a post that went viral. I kept it quiet. No big announcements to the family. No smug updates. I just did the work. And as my confidence grew, so did my distance from them. I didn't go to the next family barbecue. I sent a polite text. Hope it goes well. I'm buried in a design deadline. When my aunt posted a photo of a new car with a caption about spoiling yourself when you've earned it, I didn't bite. I already knew she was panicking. Her fraud case was moving slowly but steadily. The cease and desist we'd sent had shut her out of the business completely, and the bank was still investigating the forged withdrawal attempts. I kept it all quiet, legal, and airtight. The more silent I stayed, the more they unraveled. I heard through the grapevine, mostly Claire and a few mutuals, that Marissa was fuming about being cut off from Grandma's jewelry. She'd apparently tried to sell a few costume pieces she did get, only to be told at a pawn shop they were worthless. Alex, meanwhile, had tried to play nice again, sending texts like, "You always were the creative one, man. Knew you'd do well." I didn't respond. Let them feel the silence. I started walking differently, talking differently, not in some exaggerated way, just grounded. I wasn't chasing their approval anymore. I wasn't waiting for anyone to see me. I saw myself. I started booking higher-end clients again for my own design work. With the florist business doing well, I didn't need the extra money, but it felt good to build something again, to feel sharp, capable. I launched a small online store selling botanical-themed art prints. They sold out in a week. I donated a portion of the profits to Grandma's old church, quietly under her name. The next time I visited the cemetery, I brought a fresh arrangement of lilies, her favorite, and placed them gently by her stone. I sat on the bench nearby and told her everything about the new brand, about the growth, about how Claire was doing, about the porch light and the garden, and the way the morning sun hit the kitchen window. "Now I'm okay," I said softly, brushing some dust off her name. "You didn't make a mistake." And I knew deep down she already knew that. By the end of that month, Mr. Gordon had compiled enough evidence to push forward on multiple fronts. He advised patience. The legal process moved slow but steady, and I was fine with that because I wasn't in a rush. I had something they didn't. Peace. They had houses filled with tension, social media filled with fake smiles, credit cards filled with purchases they couldn't afford, trying to prove something to people who didn't care. I had a home. I had a business. I had me. And quietly, steadily, I was building the kind of life they could never take away because it wasn't handed to me by status or noise. It was earned in silence. But power like that, it doesn't stay invisible forever. Sooner or later, they were going to find out just how far I'd come. And when they did, well, they wouldn't be the ones holding the cards anymore. It happened on a Tuesday. Claire and I were finalizing the quarterly inventory for Evelyn and Bloom, sitting in the office above the shop. Sunlight poured through the old flower-dusted window panes, the air tinged with lavender and eucalyptus. Business had been steady, better than steady, and the holiday season was coming up. We were planning a full line of gift boxes, limited edition arrangements, maybe even a pop-up stall at the winter market. I found something you might want to see, Claire said, closing her laptop with a click. She reached for an envelope on the corner of her desk. It's from a real estate agent. Came in the mail addressed to the shop, not you directly. Strange thing is, it's about your house. I raised a brow. What kind of real estate agent? The kind who doesn't check ownership records before making bold offers. I opened the envelope and scanned the letter inside. It was from a company called Greenfield Acquisitions. Sleek branding, professional language. And right in the second paragraph it said, as discussed with Helen Morgan, we understand the property at 14 Rosewood Lane is part of a family estate currently being evaluated for sale. I stopped reading. Helen again. She was trying to sell my house behind my back. I clenched my jaw. She hadn't just tried to steal Grandma's money. She hadn't just tried to forge away my business shares. She was actively shopping the house around to developers, assuming I wouldn't catch it, or worse, that she could still convince someone that she had control over Grandma's estate. I looked up at Claire. She's still pretending it's hers. Claire nodded, but she slipped. These letters, paper trails, this company will have logs, emails, meeting notes. And just like that, a door cracked open in my mind because I knew something Helen didn't. A few weeks earlier, Mr. Gordon had mentioned that the fraud and forgery cases we were building, the email scam, the bank withdrawals, the fake business documents were solid but slow. The legal system crawled. But if we found intent, if we could prove premeditated action with financial incentive, that changed everything. This might be what we needed, I murmured, reading over the letter again. Proof she's actively trying to profit off my inheritance while under investigation. I scanned the signature and name, Thomas Vicks, Senior Acquisition Agent. Then I noticed a date and time for a scheduled property evaluation walkthrough written in small print at the bottom. Friday, 11 a.m. at my house. I stared at the letter. She'd actually scheduled the walkthrough without asking, without checking, without permission. She was sending a developer to my front door to walk through my home like it was a product on a shelf. That was the final piece. I wasn't just going to stop her. I was going to use her own greed to expose everything. By Friday morning, I had everything set. I called Mr. Gordon and filled him in. He agreed. This was the moment to act. He drafted a legal notice confirming my sole ownership of the property and advising any third party they were being misled if they entered under false pretenses. I printed it and placed a copy on the front door just in case. But I didn't cancel the walkthrough. I wanted them to show up. Let them see who actually lived there. Let them realize they'd been dealing with a liar. At 10:55, I brewed a fresh pot of coffee and set out a plate of store-bought pastries. Grandma always said, if you're going to make a point, be polite. It unsettles people more. At 11:02, a black BMW pulled into the driveway. Out stepped a sharply dressed man in a tailored gray coat, leather folder under one arm. He looked around a little confused, then knocked on the door. I opened it with a smile. Mr. Vicks, I presume? He blinked. Oh yes. Is Helen? No Helen today, I said, motioning for him to step inside. You're speaking with the owner, Justin Morgan. He paused. His mouth opened slightly, then closed. I apologize. I was told. I know what you were told, I said calmly, offering him coffee. But it was a lie. This house was legally passed to me. Helen has no authority over it. And if you check your records, you'll notice she's not even on the title. He didn't take the coffee, just stood there clearly uncomfortable. That's not great news for your company, I imagine, I added. Especially if you've already started negotiating. He fumbled to open his folder, probably to check the documents or salvage some part of the meeting. That's when I handed him my folder, the one Mr. Gordon prepared, complete with notarized proof of inheritance, the cease and desist order filed against Helen, and the pending fraud reports. I'd suggest speaking with your legal department, I said, tone still polite. You might want to reconsider doing business with someone currently under investigation for attempted estate fraud. He didn't stay long after that. I watched from the window as he made a hurried call the moment he reached his car, probably to Helen. Good. Let her panic. That evening, I went back through the logs of everything she'd done since Grandma passed. The visits, the messages, the sneaky paperwork, it was all in the folder now, all time-stamped. But now I had external proof. Companies she'd lied to, people she'd misled, actions she couldn't walk back. And I wasn't stopping there because I'd also learned something else. Something she definitely didn't know. Grandma had been sitting on undeveloped land, a little parcel behind the house, technically part of the same property, almost useless for decades. But now the city was expanding. Developers were offering serious money for nearby lots. I found a note from Grandma tucked in one of her gardening journals. This land will be valuable someday. If you get it, don't sell it fast. Wait until they come to you. They were already starting to. 3 different offers had come through since I'd inherited the house, and I was going to wait. I wasn't just sitting on a nice home and a thriving business. I was sitting on leverage. And if Helen and the rest of them wanted to keep digging their hole deeper, I'd let them because now I had everything I needed. The documents, the witnesses, the motive, and the timing. They thought they were playing chess, but I was playing checkmate in slow motion. And the next move was mine. The call came a week later. Mr. Morgan. It was Mr. Gordon, my attorney. We've got what we need. If you're ready to move forward, I'd say now's the time. I was ready. For months, I'd endured the manipulation, the faked emails, the stolen bank info, the attempted hijacking of Grandma's business, the effort to sell my home, my inheritance right out from under me. And I had said nothing. I'd smiled, nodded, played the quiet one, but I wasn't quiet anymore. It began with a single letter sent by certified mail to Helen's home address. Marissa got one too. So did Alex. Inside was a formal legal notice outlining their actions. Fraud, identity misrepresentation, attempted theft, harassment, and unauthorized interference with an estate. All backed by documentation. All signed and notarized by Gordon's firm. It wasn't a threat. It was a warning. One last chance to walk away before things got ugly. They didn't walk away. Instead, Helen called me. I let it ring twice, then picked up. Justin, she started, voice sharp and breathless. What exactly do you think you're doing? I didn't say anything at first. Just let the silence do the talking. Are you seriously going through with this? She snapped. You're going to ruin our entire family over some misunderstanding. Is that what you call it now? I asked quietly. Trying to forge my name, steal from my accounts, lie to real estate developers, and replace my email identity. All a misunderstanding. I was trying to protect the estate, that house, Grandma's things. They weren't meant for you. You were barely around. I almost laughed. The irony. That's funny. She seemed to think otherwise. Her voice changed then from anger to desperation. Look, if you go through with this, you're going to drag the family through court. You think you're ready for that? All that attention. You're not built for this. And maybe she was right. The old me wasn't. But the me she created with her cruelty, he was built exactly for this. I don't need to drag anything, I said calmly. All I have to do is let the truth come out. The rest will happen on its own. Then I hung up. The next day, Mr. Gordon filed the first formal complaint. Fraud and attempted theft related to the forged business emails. He'd secured statements from Claire, dated screenshots, and metadata from the spoofed messages. The florist's financial team submitted a letter confirming the attempted payroll manipulation. Within 2 days, Helen's access to any business-related accounts was locked down permanently. Her email address was blacklisted. A notice was sent to every supplier, vendor, and partner she had previously reached out to under false pretenses. Professionally, of course, with a neutral tone. But it was clear she was done. Next came the banking fraud. The forged withdrawal attempts weren't just unethical. They were illegal. And thanks to the flagged transactions and the bank's internal records, we had timestamps, voice logs, and identity mismatches all tied directly to her. The police had already filed an incident report weeks ago. Now, they had what they needed to move forward. A detective contacted me for a follow-up. Do you want to press charges? He asked. I didn't answer right away. Then I remembered all the nights I sat on the porch alone. The limo driving away without me. The The silence in the group chats, the smirks, the fake brunch invites, the way they tried to erase me from Grandma's legacy like I was a stain they needed to scrub off. Yes, I said. I want to press charges. The house was next. The real estate company, Greenfield Acquisitions, was more than willing to cooperate once they realized they'd been misled. Mr. Vicks, the man who visited my home, submitted a formal affidavit describing the interaction and Helen's false claims. Turns out she'd already provided them with a fake signed letter of intent to sell. They were furious. Their lawyers contacted Gordon and offered full documentation in exchange for not pursuing legal recourse against them for negligence. We agreed. That gave us the smoking gun. Intent to sell property she did not own using forged documentation. And finally, the public fallout. I didn't mean to make it public. I never wanted that. But news like this doesn't stay quiet in small towns. When the fraud charges were filed and the shop started getting questions from customers, Claire made the call. We should say something, she said. Not the dirty details. Just enough to clarify who's running things now. So I wrote a statement. It was brief. Following an internal audit and review of recent events, Evelyn and Bloom is now fully under the direction of Justin Morgan, grandson of Evelyn herself. All previous management outside this role has been removed due to unauthorized actions. We appreciate your continued support and look forward to serving the community with the same heart Grandma Evelyn always brought to her work. It was shared on our website and quietly posted on social media. Marissa commented within 2 hours, "Wow, petty much." I didn't respond, but our customer count jumped by 15% that weekend. Alex, meanwhile, tried to be clever. He posted a photo of a new wine bottle with the caption, "Funny how some people think silence equals weakness." I blocked him, let him scream into the void. The last thing I did, the cherry on top, was visit the county office and finalize the parcel registration on the land behind Grandma's house. Remember the one she said to wait on? It had recently been rezoned for mixed-use development. I met with a small architectural firm that offered to lease it, not buy it, and build a greenhouse cafe there. They offered a generous long-term contract with profit sharing. Grandma would have loved it. I signed the deal. Then I took the first check they issued and walked it straight to the bank. Not $1 came from their world. Everything I had, everything I was building, it came from me and from the one person who truly believed in me from the start. They didn't see it coming because they never saw me at all. And now they couldn't look away. The fallout wasn't loud. There were no courtroom showdowns or teary-eyed apologies. It was quieter than that, more surgical. The way truth often is when it's armed with patience, documentation, and the right attorney. The fraud charges against Helen were officially filed 2 weeks after the final affidavit came in from Greenfield Acquisitions. Attempted financial fraud, forgery, and impersonation. Nothing flashy enough for the evening news, but enough to show up on a background check. Enough to lose her the part-time bookkeeping job she'd clung to. Enough to freeze her credit temporarily and disqualify her from applying for a business license again. She tried to downplay it, of course, claimed it was a misunderstanding, a technical error. But when friends started asking why she hadn't shown up at her volunteer committee or why she wasn't involved in church fundraisers anymore, the cracks showed. People talk in small towns. Marissa fared no better. She was working with a boutique marketing firm in the city, a job she bragged about at every family gathering. Turned out they weren't thrilled to discover her name tied to an ongoing fraud investigation. Even if she wasn't officially charged, her connection to the forged business emails and attempted payroll tampering was enough to get her let go quietly. She posted vague Instagram stories about haters and betrayal, but her polished influencer smile didn't quite reach her eyes anymore. As for Alex, he tried to keep his hands clean throughout, pretending none of it involved him. But I wasn't interested in punishing him. Life had its own way of handling people like him. He over-leveraged his lifestyle. Fancy condo, leased car, always chasing something shinier. When word got around about the legal drama involving his family, a few of his high-net clients pulled their investments. Quiet exits, no drama, just fewer phone calls, fewer meetings, fewer invitations. He messaged me once more. "Guess you got what you wanted. Hope it was worth blowing everything up." I left it on read because the truth was I didn't blow anything up. I just stopped fixing what they kept breaking. Grandma's house was peaceful now. I kept the garden alive. Planted a new section with the first check from the cafe land deal. Lavender and honeysuckle. The porch light still clicked on every evening. The smell of fresh flowers still drifted through the hallways. The florist shop flourished. Claire got a well-deserved raise. We hired 2 more part-time employees to help with the holiday rush. We hosted our first community workshop, Wreath Making Insider, and people lined up outside. Someone brought a photo of Grandma, printed out from an old newspaper article. They placed it on the counter with a small candle. "She'd be proud," Claire said, watching the flame flicker. I nodded, feeling the weight of that truth settle in my chest. Grandma didn't just leave me things. She left me faith in myself, and no one could steal that. Weeks later, I got a formal letter from the bank. The fraud case was closed and Helen's name was officially flagged across multiple institutions. They enclosed a copy of the report for my records. A neat file of printed lies turned into truth. I placed it in a drawer, locked it, and then I did something simple. I went to the closet, pulled out the suit I wore to Grandma's funeral. The one I'd worn alone after being left behind by a limo filled with people who now couldn't look me in the eye. And I took it to the tailor, got it properly fitted, cleaned, pressed, because that chapter was over. And the next time they saw me, it would be on my terms, at my pace, in my name. They thought cutting me out of a limo would be the end of me. But it was the beginning. And when the will was read, and they all turned to me in stunned silence, waiting for a reaction, I didn't say a word. I just smiled. Now on to the next story. Story 5. I'm Frank. I'm 29, and this is the story of how I finally stopped being the family investment. For as long as I can remember, my parents have had this unspoken rule. You only matter if you're useful. Not kind, not supportive, just useful. Growing up, that meant taking on whatever role they needed. Babysitter, bookkeeper, janitor. And eventually, when my dad's back gave out and my mom decided she was too burnt out to deal with clients anymore, I became the full-time operator of their family business. Not co-owner, not partner, just the unpaid workhorse with a smile. It started small. "Frank, can you update the invoices this weekend? Hey, can you answer a few calls while we're in Palm Springs?" That turned into, "We've decided to extend our vacation. Can you handle payroll this month?" And by the time I was 24, they were living in Cabo for half the year, and I was managing every client, every email, every quarterly report. They told people they were semi-retired. They told me it was a great opportunity, that I was earning my future, that all of this would be mine someday. Except it wasn't. When I tried to bring up the idea of getting paid, Mom would pivot. "We're housing you, aren't we?" They let me live in the basement, where the ceiling leaked every spring. When I asked about putting my name on the LLC paperwork, Dad said I needed to prove I could handle the responsibility. After 4 years of running the business solo, I asked about a share of the profits. Mom smiled and said, "You're not motivated by money, right? You're better than that." It wasn't just the business. It was everything. They expected me to take care of repairs around the house, shuttle my sister's kids to and from school, file my brother's taxes, and pick up the slack wherever they dropped the ball. I missed my own college graduation because my parents had booked a last-minute flight to Costa Rica, and someone had to be at the office. I told myself it was temporary, that this would pay off in the long run, that being useful meant being loved. But then Christmas happened. They had planned this big family dinner, lavish as always. My brother Caleb flew in from Chicago. My sister brought her third husband. I handled most of the setup, decorated the house, prepped the food with Mom, and made sure the driveway was plowed. By now, I'd stopped expecting thanks. I just did it. Dinner started out civil. Wine flowed, stories were shared, and Caleb talked about how exhausted he was from his new startup. A startup Dad had funded with a $70,000 gift a year prior. No one mentioned the fact that I was the one keeping the family business afloat. No one asked how I was doing. And then Mom said it. Came out of nowhere. Between bites of honey-glazed ham. She laughed, looked straight at me across the table and said, "You're almost 30, Frank. It's time to stop leeching." The whole room went quiet. At first, I thought I'd misheard her. Then I waited for her to add a punchline, some kind of joke, but there wasn't one. She just moved on, pouring herself another glass of wine like she hadn't just sucker-punched me in front of the entire family. Caleb chuckled. Maybe he's hoping for an inheritance, he muttered, not even looking at me. I didn't speak, not during the rest of dinner, not during presents. I just sat there, stunned. Stunned at how little they thought of me, how easy it was for them to paint me as the burden when I'd practically given up my 20s for them. Later that night, I was scrolling through my phone in the basement, still in a fog, when a new post from my mom popped up on Instagram. A photo of Caleb outside, grinning beside a brand new Tesla with a big, red bow on top. For always being there. The caption read. My hands were shaking. I wasn't angry. I was numb, because in that moment, everything finally clicked. They didn't just fail to appreciate me. They actively resented me because I'd made myself too convenient, too dependable, too invisible. That's when I made the decision. I walked upstairs, silent, past the leftover pie and the empty wine glasses. I stepped into Dad's office and turned on the desk lamp. Then, I opened the drawer where I'd stashed a flash drive 6 months earlier, just in case, back when I started quietly preparing for a future they never intended to give me. I logged into the company systems. Admin access, all under my name. Over the next 3 hours, I rerouted every operational account, revoked their logins, transferred ownership of the website, updated the banking information, and ensured every document filed with the state listed me as the sole owner and managing member. I didn't steal anything. I took back what was already mine. When I was done, I placed the flash drive neatly in the middle of Dad's desk. It contained everything they'd need: client rosters, account summaries, standard operating procedures, a parting gift. On the front of the drive, I'd written 3 words in Sharpie: good luck without me. Then I packed just one suitcase, the essentials. I didn't slam any doors. I didn't make a scene. I just left, quietly, deliberately. By morning, I was 6 hours away in a rental apartment near the coast, sipping coffee and watching the tide roll in. I turned off my phone after the 5th missed call, and I didn't look back. The first voicemail came in at 7:12 a.m. It was my mom. Her voice was unusually calm, like she was trying to maintain control for an audience. Frank, sweetheart, I think there's some sort of technical issue. Dad can't log into the QuickBooks and the main website says access denied. Can you call us back when you see this? The second came 15 minutes later. Dad this time, not calm, furious. Frank, what did you do? I can't get into the business account. I just spoke to Peterson. He says the vendor logins are bouncing. I swear to God, if this is some kind of tantrum because of last night. Click. The third voicemail came less than an hour later. Only this time, his voice cracked. You think this is funny? You think this is revenge? We built this for you, for your future. You owe us. I didn't answer any of them. I sat on the small balcony of my Airbnb, watching waves roll over the sand, laptop open on my lap, and typed out one email. A short, professional message to the top 10 clients letting them know that, effective immediately, I was the sole point of contact and managing partner. No drama, no slander, just facts. The responses started rolling in within the hour. Most of them weren't surprised. A few congratulated me. One even said, about time. It wasn't until noon that I finally checked social media again. And there it was. A public Facebook post from Mom. It's always heartbreaking when your own child turns on you after everything we sacrificed. After everything we gave. You think you know someone. No names, no context, just vague enough to play the victim. But the comments were gold. Aunt Mara. Wait, isn't Frank the one who's been running the business? Uncle Greg. Wasn't he living in your basement handling everything while y'all were on vacation last month? A high school friend I hadn't spoken to in years commented, wow, you guys really guilt-tripped the golden goose. I didn't respond. I didn't need to. Watching them lose control of the narrative was enough. By the next day, they were spiraling. The calls turned into texts. The texts turned into emails. First, denial. We can fix this. Then, guilt. Your father's blood pressure's been up since you left. Then, Threats. This is our company and we'll take legal action. They wouldn't, and they knew it. Everything was clean, documented. All the paper trails led back to me. I'd made sure of it months ago when I started noticing how Mom was slowly trying to loop Caleb into certain bank accounts, just in case I ever got too demanding. I knew my parents. They never acted out of impulse. Everything was calculation, and I wasn't going to be the fool who waited around for another promise they wouldn't keep. The tipping point came 3 days later. Caleb messaged me. Not a call, just a casual, smug little text. Mom and Dad say you've been overreacting. They want to talk. Let's be adults about this. Then, also FYI, they're thinking about selling the business now. Said I might oversee it, so we should probably coordinate a handoff. I laughed out loud. Actually laughed. This man who hadn't answered a single client call in his life, who couldn't even remember his own password to TurboTax, wanted to coordinate a handoff like I was just a disgruntled temp holding the clipboard. I didn't reply. Instead, I logged into the system and terminated every remaining shadow login, locked down the servers, rerouted the business email through a new secure hosting platform, and added a final firewall layer, one that would flag any unfamiliar IP trying to access key files, just in case the flash drive I'd left was outdated. Within 72 hours, what hit hardest, I think, was the silence after that. No more messages, no calls, no social media tantrums. Just quiet, a hollow kind of quiet. I'd expected rage, maybe even begging, but I underestimated just how much of their identity, how much of their stability, depended on me being in the background, quietly propping everything up. Once I stopped playing the part, the show collapsed, and they didn't know how to perform without a stagehand. The funny thing is, I didn't feel triumphant. I felt free. For the first time in years, I wasn't waking up with anxiety about missed invoices or juggling 10 roles just to earn a sliver of validation. I wasn't walking on eggshells trying to avoid setting off passive-aggressive guilt trips disguised as family bonding. I went for a walk that night, no destination, just the smell of the ocean and the sound of wind in the palms, and I realized something. Maybe they did build something for me, but not the future they claimed, not the life they dangled like a carrot. They built something better without even meaning to. They built the resentment I needed to finally walk away. And the story is not over yet. 2 weeks passed. I thought the silence would settle something in me, bring peace, but that's not what it did. Clarified. Because once the noise of their demands stopped, once the emails stopped flooding in, once the phone stopped buzzing with urgent family tasks, there was space to think. Not just think, feel. And what hit me hardest wasn't anger. It was grief. Grief over time I wouldn't get back, over holidays spent managing spreadsheets instead of making memories, over the diploma that still sat in a box in my closet because no one came to the ceremony, over all the times I told myself this is temporary, just to survive one more guilt trip. I'd built their business, missed birthdays, skipped dating, skipped living, and for what? A Tesla with a bow on it and a caption about Caleb, always being there. That line haunted me. Always being there. I had always been there. When the roof leaked and Dad was overseas on a conference, I climbed it in a storm to tarp it. When Mom forgot her client presentation in the Bahamas, I stayed up all night recreating the slide deck. When Caleb forgot to register his business name, I drove across town to file the paperwork under his LLC. My own name never once on a single document. But that didn't count. What counted was appearance. What counted was whoever made them look good on Facebook, whoever showed up for the photo ops, whoever said yes without asking for anything back. And that had never been me because I didn't know how to play the part. I only knew how to work, how to stay useful. That's the only version of love they taught me to expect. I had no intention of speaking to any of them again, not for a long time. But life doesn't always ask for your consent. Sometimes, it just shows up at your front door. Literally. It was a Thursday afternoon when I heard the knock. I'd moved out of the Airbnb and into a small condo closer to town by then, quiet, simple mine. I was mid-call with a client when I glanced through the peephole. It was my sister, Evelyn. I froze. We hadn't talked in almost a year, not really. She'd sent me a happy birthday text back in July, but it was the generic kind, the kind you copy-paste between meetings. I wasn't mad at her, but we were never close. She'd always picked her spots carefully, staying just enough on everyone's good side without ever getting in the middle. Now she was at my door. I let the call go to voicemail and opened it slowly. She looked frazzled. Hair tied back in a loose knot, circles under her eyes, wearing that same Patagonia jacket she'd had since college. I didn't say anything, just waited. She cleared her throat. Hey, I didn't know where else to go. I didn't move. I wasn't sure what she wanted. An update, a lecture, a please call mom. Instead, she handed me an envelope. I found this in Dad's drawer, she said softly. Figured you should see it. I didn't take it, not yet. What is it? She hesitated. A loan agreement in your name for the business. I blinked. What? Evelyn nodded. They filed it a few years ago. Faked your signature, used it to take out a line of credit under your name. It's not small. My stomach dropped. I snatched the envelope and opened it. Inside were photocopies. 3 documents, a $70,000 credit line from a private lender taken out 4 years ago, my name signed in familiar but slightly off handwriting, and tucked in the back, a canceled check from the same fund made out to Caleb. I sat down slowly. They hadn't just used me. They debt-trapped me. I'm sorry, Evelyn whispered. I didn't know. I swear I didn't. I could barely speak. My brain was doing the math, interest, term length, when the payments were due, what they were counting on. That I'd never find out until it was too late, that I'd just keep working, keep being useful until the debt was quietly paid off and I never even realized it existed. That's why Dad got so quiet after I left. That's why Mom suddenly started playing the victim online. They weren't panicking because I took the business. They were panicking because they still needed me to pay their debt. I looked up at Evelyn. Did you tell them you came here? She shook her head. No, and I won't. I studied her for a moment, then asked the one question I'd been avoiding since the second I walked out. Why are you really here? Her eyes filled, and this time she didn't hide it. Because I'm tired too, Frank. And just like that, the silence wasn't empty anymore. It had company. I didn't forgive her, not in that moment, but I also didn't send her away. Because now I wasn't just dealing with betrayal. I was dealing with evidence, with leverage, and maybe, just maybe, with the first real ally I'd ever had in that house. And that's where it gets complicated. I didn't sleep that night. The loan document sat on my kitchen table like a loaded gun. The more I read it, the more furious I became, not just at the amount but at the audacity. They'd forged my signature, used my name, my credit, my future, all while preaching about sacrifice and throwing Tesla keys to Caleb like candy at a parade. It wasn't a mistake. It wasn't desperation. It was strategy. They knew exactly what they were doing. And now they were stuck because I'd taken the business, and the business was the only income stream they had left. That loan, I was technically responsible. If I did nothing, the lenders would come after me. If I went to court, they might get away with it by claiming I'd agreed to it years ago. My parents had always been masters of twisting the truth. But this time I had evidence, and I had something better than revenge. Control. The next morning, I sat across from Evelyn on my tiny balcony. She looked nervous, still wringing her hands like she half expected me to yell or throw her out. I didn't. I handed her a mug of black coffee and spoke without raising my voice. I'm going to the lawyer today. She nodded. Do you want me to come? Not yet. But I will ask for a written statement from you. What you found, where you found it, and what you know. She nodded again. Okay. And Evelyn, she looked up. If I do this, there's no halfway. You understand that? I do. She hesitated, then added, they did the same thing to me, smaller scale. A joint credit card they opened when I was in college. I didn't know until my mortgage application got flagged. My jaw tightened. Of course they did. I met with a lawyer that afternoon. A sharp, no-nonsense woman named Deirdre who'd been recommended by one of my old clients. She read the documents, asked a few curt questions, and then said, this is bank fraud. We can sue, we can press charges. It's going to be messy, but winnable. Will it protect my credit if we're aggressive and fast? You'll need to lock your report down and initiate a fraud investigation immediately. It's going to involve paperwork, depositions, likely a civil case on top of the criminal complaint. And what happens to them? Deirdre's mouth twitched slightly. If the lender decides to pursue charges, they'll be facing felony-level penalties, prison depending on how they forged the documents, at the very least massive financial restitution. I exhaled slowly. I didn't want to send my parents to prison. I didn't want any of this. But I also didn't want to live with the weight of their consequences on my back. I didn't want to spend the next 10 years rebuilding a credit score I never damaged, and I sure didn't want them walking away hands clean while I paid for their choices. So I gave Deardra the green light. The dominoes fell fast. I filed the fraud report. Deardra sent an official cease and desist to the lender along with a declaration of forged consent. Evelyn signed an affidavit. By the end of the week, a financial forensics team confirmed the discrepancies in the signature, 3 key points that didn't match any of my legal records. Then, Deardra filed the lawsuit. The moment it went public, the masks came off. Mom called first, not crying, not begging, screaming. "How dare you air this in public? Do you have any idea what you're doing to this family?" I put her on speaker and calmly read the statute she'd violated. Forgery with intent to defraud a financial institution. Penal Code 134.3, carrying a maximum of 10 years and a $100,000 fine. "I can send you the PDF. You think this makes you look good?" she hissed. "Frank, you're tearing this family apart." "No, Mom," I said. "You did that the moment you used my name like a doormat." She hung up. Caleb called next. His approach was slicker, fake friendly. "Hey bro, I think we just need to talk this out. You know? Clear the air." "Sure. Let's talk about the canceled check in your name from the fraudulent loan." Dead silence. Then he said, "I didn't know. They just gave it to me. And you didn't think to ask where 70 grand came from?" Click. Dad never called. Instead, he posted a cryptic status on Facebook about betrayal and greedy children, the usual victim spin. Except this time it didn't land. People weren't buying it anymore. Too many knew the truth. Too many remembered how long I'd been the backbone of their so-called empire. Within 2 weeks, they received the formal summons. I don't know what they said to each other in private. I don't know how they tried to spin it behind closed doors. But I do know that their lawyer reached out with an offer. Drop the charges, and they'd sign over the remaining business assets, issue a formal apology, and pay full restitution, including compensation for the interest and damage to my credit report. Deardra asked me what I wanted to do, and for the first time in my life, I took my time deciding. I thought about pressing charges, thought about watching them stand in court and finally face something they couldn't manipulate. But then I realized I didn't need that anymore. I already won. I owned the business, had full custody of my future. Their social circle had turned cold. The golden child Caleb was now a liability, and Evelyn, who'd spent most of her life tiptoeing, was finally speaking freely, telling her own friends what she'd been through. The web they spun was unraveling from every thread. So I settled not out of mercy, out of power. The agreement was airtight. They repaid the full amount of the loan, transferred the house deed, yes, even the house I once lived in that they claimed was theirs, and signed a legally binding statement acknowledging the forgery, which would protect me from future claims or retaliation. I gave copies to Deardra, to Evelyn, and to a digital lockbox in case anything happened down the line. Then I blocked them. Not with drama, not with a final email, just silence. Because I finally understood something they never taught me. Love isn't loyalty without boundaries. Love isn't sacrifice without return. Love isn't staying just because someone says you owe them. A few months later, on my 30th birthday, I sat on the patio of a little cafe by the water, drinking coffee with Evelyn and 2 friends from college I'd finally reconnected with. Someone asked how I was celebrating. I smiled, reached into my bag, and handed them each a small envelope. Inside was an invite, grand opening, coastal strategies and solutions, a new kind of business built from the ashes of the old, fully mine. They laughed, cheered, and one of them toasted to clean slates. I didn't reply. I just smiled and looked out at the sea, because I knew in my bones that I wasn't just turning 30. I was finally free. Now on to the next story. Story 6. My sister humiliated me my whole life and destroyed my relationship by telling my husband I'm a horrible person. So, I decided to get back at her on her wedding day. I'm Elizabeth, And I need to tell you something that took me years to understand about my own family. At 28, I thought I knew who I was. The quiet sister, the sensitive one, the family member everyone felt sorry for during gatherings. My sister, Anna, is 4 years older than me. From the outside, we probably looked like any normal siblings. She's always been the confident one, the life of the party, the sister who could make everyone laugh with her quick wit and theatrical storytelling. I was the audience, always the audience. It started small when we were teenagers. Anna would share my most embarrassing moments at family dinners, turning my awkward high school experiences into entertainment for our parents and relatives. Remember when Lizzie tried to ask Tommy to prom by writing him a poem? She'd announce, dramatically recreating my teenage voice while everyone chuckled. I'd laugh along because that's what you do, right? Family is family. But inside, something always twisted uncomfortably when she'd expose these pieces of me to everyone. I tried talking to her about it once when I was 22, after she'd spent an entire Christmas dinner describing my disastrous first job interview. Anna, could you maybe not share those stories? They make me feel, oh, come on, Lizzie. You're being way too sensitive. It's just family fun. Everyone has embarrassing stories. She'd wave me off with that dismissive gesture I knew so well. Besides, you need to learn to laugh at yourself. But here's the thing I didn't understand then. Anna never shared her own embarrassing moments. Never talked about the time she got so drunk at her college graduation that she threw up on her professor, or when she cried for hours after her high school boyfriend dumped her. Those stories stayed buried, while mine became the evening's entertainment. Our parents always took her side. Elizabeth, you know Anna loves you. She's just trying to help you not take yourself so seriously, Mom would say. Dad would nod along, adding, your sister's right, kiddo. Got to have thick skin in this world. The pattern continued through my early 20s. Every family gathering became an opportunity for Anna to showcase my failures and flaws. My failed relationships became her comedy material. I started to believe I really was overly sensitive, that I couldn't take a joke, that my reactions were the problem. I became smaller at these gatherings, quieter, always bracing myself for the next story that would leave me feeling exposed and humiliated while everyone else laughed. Anna was 28 when she got married the first time, and I remember feeling hopeful that marriage might change her focus. I was wrong to think marriage would change anything. If anything, it gave her more credibility as the successful sister, while I remained the family's cautionary tale. The turning point came at our cousin Sarah's bridal shower. I was 26, and for the first time in years, I had something good to share. I'd been dating Lucas for 8 months, the longest relationship I'd ever had. Lucas was different from the guys I'd dated before. He was patient, kind, and actually seemed to enjoy my company. For the first time in my adult life, I felt like someone saw me as worthy of love and respect. The shower was at Aunt Patricia's Victorian house. About 20 women were there, and I was excited to introduce Lucas to my extended family later. The first hour went surprisingly well. I mingled, shared stories about Lucas when people asked and felt normal, included. Then came the games. When it was my turn to share a dating disaster story, I planned to tell something light, but Anna interrupted before I could speak. Oh my God, you guys have to hear about Liz's dating history. It's like a masterclass in what not to do. Her voice carried that familiar sing-song tone that always preceded my public humiliation. I felt my stomach drop. Anna, I was actually going to share. No, I've got this one. She turned to address the room. So, my little sister here has always been a bit desperate when it comes to men. And I mean that with love. The room went quiet in that expectant way. I looked around at faces I'd known my whole life, women who should have protected me instead of leaning forward with interest. There was this one guy, David, who she dated for about 3 weeks. 3 weeks. But Lizzie was already planning their wedding in her head. She showed me the Pinterest board she'd made with their theoretical wedding colors. My face burned. I had shown Anna that board in confidence, excited about the possibility of a future with someone who seemed interested in me. But here's the best part, Anna continued. When David finally ghosted her, Lizzie spent an entire weekend crying on my couch, like the kind where your face gets all blotchy and you can't breathe properly. A few women laughed uncomfortably. Anna mimicked my voice with exaggerated patheticness, making me sound like a whimpering child. She kept saying, "What did I do wrong?" over and over like a broken record. I had to literally take her phone away to stop her from texting him. The worst part was how Anna told it with theatrical flair, turning my most vulnerable moment into a performance piece. "But don't worry," Anna concluded. "She's got Lucas now, so maybe she's finally learned not to scare them off too quickly." The room erupted in laughter, and something broke inside me. When Lucas picked me up later, I was quiet in the car. I couldn't explain that my own sister had just painted me as pathetic in front of our entire extended family. That was my first mistake. I should have told him everything. There would be many more mistakes to come. 2 years later, I was engaged to Lucas, and it should have been the happiest time of my life when he proposed on a hiking trail we discovered together. I cried happy tears for the first time in recent memory. I called my parents immediately, then Anna. "Congratulations," Anna had said, her voice strangely flat. "I'm sure you'll be very happy." Anna had recently separated from her husband, Derek, after 5 years of marriage. She was staying with our parents temporarily while she figured out her next steps. I felt genuinely sorry for her and tried to be supportive, even asking her to be my maid of honor. The trouble started subtly during wedding planning. "Are you sure about this timeline?" Anna asked one evening in Mom's kitchen, surrounded by bridal magazines. "You've only been together 2 years. That's not very long to really know someone. Lucas and I have lived together for over a year. We know each other pretty well. Living together isn't the same as being married, though. Marriage reveals things about people that dating never does. Trust me, I learned that the hard way with Derek." I wanted to point out that Anna had known Derek for only 6 months before they got engaged, but I bit my tongue. "Besides," Anna continued, "you've always been the type to rush into things emotionally. Remember David? You were picking out wedding colors after 3 weeks. There it was again. My past failures being used to undermine my present happiness. But this time felt different." Anna wasn't performing for an audience. She seemed genuinely concerned. "This is different, Anna. Lucas is different." "I hope so," she said, but her tone suggested serious doubts. The comments continued over the following weeks. Anna would make observations about Lucas that I'd never noticed. How he sometimes seemed impatient when I told long stories. How he checked his phone during family dinners. How he hadn't introduced me to all of his friends yet. "I'm just looking out for you," she'd say whenever I got defensive. "I don't want to see you get hurt again." The thing about Anna was that she'd always been perceptive about people. So, when she started pointing out these little things about Lucas, part of me wondered if she was seeing something I was blind to. During a family dinner 6 months before our planned wedding, Anna's concerns became more pointed. "Has Lucas always been this controlling?" she asked quietly while we cleared dishes. "Controlling? What are you talking about?" "The way he corrected you earlier when you were telling that story. And how he ordered your dinner last week. Little things like that. Those aren't controlling behaviors, Anna. He was being helpful, maybe. Or maybe he's one of those guys who starts subtle and gets worse after the wedding. I remember Derek being really charming at first, too. That night, I found myself analyzing Lucas's behavior in ways I never had before. I hated that Anna's words were making me question the man I loved. But I couldn't seem to stop the doubts from creeping in. Anna's campaign against my relationship intensified in ways so subtle, I didn't recognize them as attacks. She began seeking out time alone with Lucas, dropping by when I was at work, calling him directly, finding excuses for one-on-one time. "I just want to get to know my future brother-in-law better," she explained when I questioned it. What I didn't know was what Anna was telling him during these private conversations. She started with concern trolling, expressing worry about my mental health and my emotional stability. She'd reference incidents from our childhood, painting them in the worst possible light. "I love Elizabeth so much," she told Lucas over coffee at Riverside Cafe. "But I worry about her sometimes. She's always been intense about relationships. She gets these ideas in her head." "What kind of ideas?" Lucas asked, genuinely concerned. "Well, Like when she was convinced her college boyfriend was cheating because he didn't text back within an hour. She went through his phone, showed up at his dorm unannounced, called his friends. Really unhealthy behavior. None of that was true, but Anna told the story with such convincing detail that Lucas had no reason to doubt her. She's gotten better, Anna continued. But sometimes I still see those patterns, like how she gets upset if you don't respond to her texts right away, or how she asks a lot of questions about where you've been. Again, not true. But Anna was taking normal relationship behaviors and reframing them as warning signs of possessiveness. I just want you to be aware, Anna said, touching Lucas's hand, because I care about both of you. I'd hate to see you get hurt. Lucas started paying attention to things he'd never noticed before. When I asked about his day, he wondered if I was being controlling. When I texted during the day, he questioned whether I was being clingy. Anna fed these doubts carefully. She'd call when she knew I was in the shower or running errands. Hey, I wanted to check in. Elizabeth seemed really stressed last night. Is everything okay between you two? We're fine. Why do you ask? She seemed on edge, like she was watching your every move. When you mentioned drinks with coworkers on Friday, her face got really tight. I was worried she might have said something later. Lucas would hang up, confused and unsettled. Anna was making him hyperanalyze every interaction we had, looking for problems that didn't exist. The most damaging lies came as manufactured evidence. Anna took screenshots of my old social media posts and edited them to make me sound bitter. She created fake text conversations where I supposedly complained about Lucas, calling him boring or saying I was only marrying him because I was desperate. I probably shouldn't show you this, Anna said during one coffee meeting, pulling out her phone with obvious reluctance. But I'm worried about her headspace. She showed Lucas fabricated texts where I allegedly wrote, Lucas is so predictable. Sometimes I wonder if I'm settling because I'm tired of being alone, but at least he's stable, I guess. There had been no argument about wedding venues like the fake text claimed, but Anna's evidence made Lucas question everything. Was I really happy or was I settling? Did I complain about him behind his back? I feel terrible showing you this, Anna continued, but you deserve to know how she really feels. You're such a good guy, Lucas. You deserve someone who appreciates you completely. The confrontation came on a Tuesday evening in March, 3 months before our wedding. Lucas walked into our kitchen with his phone and an expression I'd never seen before. We need to talk, he said, his voice cold. I turned off the burner and faced him. What's wrong? I've been talking to Anna, and she's shown me some concerning things. Elizabeth, I need you to be honest. Do you really want to marry me? Or are you just settling because you're afraid of being alone? What? Lucas, of course I want to marry you. Where is this coming from? Anna showed me your text messages. The ones where you said I was predictable and boring. Where you said you were only marrying me because you were tired of being alone. What text messages? I never said those things. I would never say those things about you. Lucas showed me his phone. There, in what looked like a conversation between Anna and me, were messages that made my blood run cold. They were in my usual texting style, but the content was devastating. I never sent these, I said immediately. Lucas, I swear I never wrote any of this. This isn't real. It's from Anna's phone. Elizabeth, why would she make this up? I don't know, but I didn't write these messages. Look at my phone. Check our text history. You won't find anything like this. I grabbed my phone and pulled up my conversation with Anna, scrolling through weeks of mundane sister texts about wedding planning. Nothing resembling the horrible messages Lucas was showing me. Anna could have deleted them from your phone, Lucas said, but he looked confused. Lucas, think about this logically. When would I have sent these? We don't fight. We picked the wedding venue together. Remember? But I could see the doubt in his eyes. Anna had been so thorough that Lucas was questioning his own memories. What about the other things? He asked. Anna told me about your history with relationships, how you've always been possessive and jealous. She said you used to stalk your ex-boyfriends. That's not true. Lucas, you know me. Have I ever been possessive with you? Have I ever gone through your phone or questioned where you were? He was quiet, mentally reviewing our relationship. No, he admitted finally. You've never done anything like that. Because I'm not that person. Anna is lying to you, and I don't understand why. Why would your own sister lie about you? That doesn't make sense. I wished I had a good answer. I don't know, but I'm telling you the truth. I love you more than I've ever loved anyone. You're not predictable or boring. You're steady and kind, and you make me laugh every day. Lucas looked at his phone again, clearly torn. There's more, he said quietly. Anna said you've been talking to your ex-boyfriend, David. She showed me social media messages between you two. What? I haven't talked to David in over 3 years. Lucas showed me Instagram DMs that appeared to be between David and me, dated from the previous month. In them, I was supposedly complaining about Lucas and making references to meeting up. This is not real, I said, my voice shaking. Lucas, I haven't spoken to David since we broke up. Check my Instagram yourself. I handed him my phone. There was no conversation with David at all. Anna could have deleted them, Lucas said, but he sounded less certain. Or Anna could have faked them. She works in graphic design. She knows how to manipulate images. Lucas sat down heavily. I don't know what to believe anymore. Believe me, I said. Believe us. Don't let Anna destroy something real. But I could see it was too late. The poison had done its work. Lucas looked at me like he wasn't sure who I was anymore. I need time to think, he said finally. The words felt like a death sentence. Anna had won. Lucas moved out that weekend. 3 weeks later, he called off the wedding entirely. I can't marry someone I don't trust, he said during our final conversation. And I can't trust someone who lies about their feelings and talks to their ex-boyfriends behind my back. I never did those things. Lucas, Anna made it all up. Why would she do that? What would she gain? I still didn't have a good answer. And my inability to explain Anna's motivations seemed to confirm his doubts about my honesty. But Anna's sabotage didn't stop with Lucas. I discovered she'd been spreading her poison far beyond our relationship. My best friend, Jennifer, called a few days later. Her voice was careful, measured. Hey Liz, I heard about you and Lucas. I'm really sorry. Can I ask you something? Anna called me last week. She said she was worried about you, that you'd been having some kind of emotional breakdown. She said you'd been stalking Lucas's coworkers and showing up at his office unannounced. I felt sick. Jennifer, I never did any of those things. I don't even know where Lucas's office is. She also said you'd been calling his friends and family, spreading rumors about his mental health. None of that is true, Jennifer. You've known me for 8 years. Do I sound like someone who would do those things? No, she said finally. You don't. But Anna seemed so concerned and she had specific details. Anna is lying. She's been systematically destroying my relationship for months. Jennifer believed me, but I could tell the conversation had planted seeds of doubt. If Anna had called her, who else had she contacted? I found out over the following weeks. Anna had reached out to my coworkers, telling them she was concerned about my erratic behavior. She'd called Aunt Patricia, expressing worry about my ability to handle stress. She'd even contacted my boss, suggesting I might need time off to deal with my emotional issues. Everywhere I went, I felt people looking at me differently. Were they wondering if I was the unstable, desperate woman Anna had described? Meanwhile, Anna played the concerned sister perfectly. She called me daily, offering comfort that felt like salt in wounds I was only beginning to understand she'd inflicted. I'm so sorry about Lucas, she said during one call. I know how much you loved him, but maybe this is for the best. If he couldn't handle some family drama, he probably wasn't the right guy anyway. Family drama. As if the systematic destruction of my relationship was just a minor disagreement between siblings. I tried to warn you that he seemed controlling, Anna continued. I was afraid something like this would happen. She was rewriting history even as she pretended to comfort me, making Lucas the villain in a story where she was the true antagonist. I started seeing a therapist, Dr. Rebecca. During our 3rd session, I finally found words to describe what Anna had done. It sounds like your sister engaged in a deliberate campaign of psychological manipulation, Dr. Rebecca said. What you're describing isn't normal sibling conflict. It's a pattern designed to isolate you and destroy your support systems. But why would she do that? There could be many reasons. Jealousy, competition, a need for control, or simply the satisfaction of having power over someone else's life. For the first time since the nightmare began, I felt validated. Someone believed me. Someone understood that what Anna had done wasn't normal or acceptable. The question now is how you want to handle this knowledge. Dr. Rebecca continued. Do you want to confront your sister, try to repair damaged relationships, or focus on building a new life separate from her influence? I didn't know the answer yet, but for the first time in months, I felt like I had options beyond just surviving Anna's latest assault on my happiness. 6 months after Lucas left, my cousin Maya came to visit. Maya was 23, young enough that the family dynamics hadn't shaped her the same way they'd affected the rest of us. Aunt Elizabeth, can I ask you something personal? Maya said over coffee at my apartment. Of course, sweetheart. Did you really do all those things Mom said you did to Lucas? The stalking, the fake social media accounts, the calling his work? That doesn't sound like you at all. But Mom was so specific about the details. I set down my cup carefully. Maya, I never did any of those things. Where did you hear this? Mom told me when I asked why you and Lucas broke up. She said you'd had some kind of mental health crisis and started exhibiting really unhealthy behaviors. What else did she say? Maya shifted uncomfortably. She said you'd always been a little unstable in relationships, but that this was the worst she'd ever seen. She said she tried to help Lucas understand that you were dealing with psychological issues, but he couldn't handle it. I felt that familiar surge of rage and helplessness. Anna hadn't just destroyed my relationship. She'd poisoned my reputation throughout our entire family. Maya, none of that is true. Your mother made all of that up. But why would she lie? It was the same question everyone asked. And I was finally ready to give an honest answer. Because she's always been jealous when I'm happy, and she enjoys having control over my life. She's been doing this since we were teenagers. But this was the worst it's ever been. Maya was quiet for a long moment. You know, she said finally, Mom did the same thing to Dad when they were getting divorced. What do you mean? She told everyone that Dad was having an affair and that he'd been emotionally abusive. She showed people text messages and emails that proved he was cheating. My pulse quickened. Were the messages real? I don't think so. Dad showed me his actual phone records and email accounts when I was old enough to understand. There was no evidence of an affair, no abusive messages, nothing. But Mom was so convincing that most people believed her. Did you ever confront her about the lies? Maya shook her head. I was just a kid, and I was scared of making things worse, but I always knew something didn't add up. This was the confirmation I'd been unconsciously seeking. Anna's behavior with Lucas wasn't an aberration. It was her pattern. Maya, has Anna ever told you stories about me from when we were growing up? About me being dramatic or unstable? Yeah, lots of them. She always said you were the problem child, that you caused most of the family drama. What if I told you that most of those stories were exaggerated or completely made up? Maya looked at me with new understanding. I think I'd believe you. I've always wondered why the Elizabeth Mom described was so different from the Elizabeth the first know. We talked for 3 more hours. Maya shared memories that painted a very different picture of our family dynamics. She told me about conversations where Anna spoke about me with genuine malice, not loving concern. She described Anna's reaction to my engagement. Not happiness, but barely concealed fury. I think Mom needs to tear other people down to feel good about herself, Maya said. And you've always been her favorite target. Why are you telling me all this now? Because I'm tired of watching her hurt people and get away with it. And because you deserve to know the truth. That evening, I called Dr. Rebecca for an emergency session. I have confirmation that Anna has done this before, I told her. This is her pattern. How does that make you feel? Angry, devastated, but also relieved. At least I know I'm not crazy. What do you want to do with this information? For the first time since the nightmare began, I felt a spark of something that wasn't just survival instinct. I want to stop her from doing this to anyone else, I said. And I want to make sure she faces consequences. Dr. Rebecca nodded. That's a healthy response as long as you approach it strategically. Revenge wasn't what I wanted. Justice was, and I was finally ready to seek it. Armed with Maya's revelations, I began documenting everything. I printed text conversations, saved screenshots of social media interactions, and wrote detailed timelines of Anna's behavior. I wanted to be prepared if I ever had the opportunity to expose her lies with actual evidence. What I discovered was both validating and horrifying. Anna had been far more systematic than I'd realized. She'd carefully cultivated relationships with my friends and family for years, positioning herself as the reliable source of information about my life and mental state. I also discovered that Anna had been intercepting some of my communications. She'd somehow gained access to my email account and had been deleting messages from Lucas that might have contradicted her narrative. The depth of her deception was staggering. 3 months after my conversation with Maya, I learned that Anna was engaged again. Her new fiancé was Pablo, a successful architect she'd met through work. From family conversations, Pablo was everything Anna wanted. Financially stable, well-respected, and completely smitten with her. The engagement announcement came during a family dinner. Anna stood up, Pablo beside her, and announced their plans to marry in 8 months. The ring was stunning, a large emerald-cut diamond. "We're so happy," Anna gushed. "Pablo is everything I've ever wanted in a partner. He's honest, loyal, and treats me like a queen." I watched Pablo's face as she spoke. He looked at Anna with genuine adoration, the same way Lucas had once looked at me. Pablo had no idea what he was getting into. Over the following weeks, I began paying closer attention to Anna's relationship. I watched how she interacted with Pablo at family gatherings, how she was already beginning to plant seeds of control and manipulation. During one family barbecue, I overheard Anna telling Pablo that his college friends were a bad influence and maybe he should spend less time with them now that he was getting married. She said it sweetly, lovingly, but I recognized the beginning of the isolation process I'd seen her use on others. I also noticed Anna establishing herself as the authority on Pablo's thoughts and feelings, just as she'd done with Lucas. "Pablo doesn't really like spicy food," she'd say when he was in the bathroom, contradicting what I'd heard him say about loving Mexican cuisine. "Pablo thinks we should have the wedding at the country club," she'd announce, even though Pablo had mentioned preferring a casual outdoor venue. The parallels to what she'd done to me were unmistakable. But I was no longer the naive woman who'd let her sister destroy her happiness without fighting back. I was older, wiser, and armed with knowledge of exactly how Anna operated. I started keeping detailed notes about Anna's behavior toward Pablo. I documented the small lies, the attempts at control, the way she contradicted his stated preferences. I wasn't sure what I would do with this information, but I knew it might be important later. I also began my own careful campaign of relationship building. I made an effort to spend time with Pablo when Anna wasn't around, getting to know him as an individual rather than as Anna's fiancé. "Your sister is amazing," Pablo told me during one conversation. "She's so confident and sure of herself." "Anna is definitely unique," I agreed. "She's told me a lot about your family, about growing up together. It sounds like you two have been through some difficult times." My pulse quickened. "What did she tell you?" "Just that you've struggled with some personal issues over the years, and that she's always tried to be there for you." Anna was already laying groundwork to discredit me if I ever tried to warn Pablo. But I also recognized an opportunity. This time I could be proactive. I could plant seeds of truth so subtly that Pablo would discover Anna's real nature for himself. "Anna has always been protective of family," I said carefully. "Sometimes maybe a little too protective. She has very strong opinions about what's best for people." I was learning to play Anna's game, but with one crucial difference. I was playing with the truth. My opportunity came when Pablo reached out to me directly, asking if I wanted to grab coffee and talk about wedding planning. Anna was working late, and he said he valued my perspective as someone who'd been through the engagement process recently. We met at Riverside Cafe, the same place where Anna had poisoned Lucas against me. There was poetic justice in using her preferred venue against her. "I hope you don't mind me asking," Pablo said after we'd ordered. "But Anna mentioned that your engagement didn't end well. Do you have any advice about red flags to watch out for?" This was exactly the opening I'd been hoping for, but I had to be careful. If I came across as bitter, Pablo would dismiss everything I said. "That's really thoughtful of you to ask," I said. "I think the most important thing is to make sure you really know each other. Not just the versions you present when you're trying to impress each other, but who you really are when you're stressed or dealing with conflict." That makes sense. Anna and I have been together for a year, but we haven't really had any major disagreements yet. That can be good or bad, I said carefully. Either you're really compatible or one of you is avoiding conflict to keep the peace. Both are worth examining. Pablo nodded, thinking about this. Anna does tend to take charge in most situations. She says it's because she's more decisive than I am, and honestly, I usually don't mind. As long as you feel like your voice is heard when it matters to you, I said. Some people are naturally more decisive, but in a healthy relationship, both people should feel comfortable expressing their needs. What happened with you and Lucas, if you don't mind me asking? This was the crucial moment. I could tell Pablo the truth about Anna's sabotage, but he'd never believe it. Or I could use this opportunity to plant seeds that would help him recognize the patterns when they emerged. Communication breakdown, I said, which was technically true. We started having trust issues, and once that foundation was shaken, everything fell apart. I learned that it's really important to verify things for yourself instead of just accepting what other people tell you about your partner. What do you mean? Well, sometimes people close to you have opinions about your relationship, and they might share information or concerns that seem legitimate, but it's important to remember that they might not have the full picture, or they might have their own motivations. Pablo was listening intently. Are you talking about family members specifically? Family, friends, anyone really. The people who love you want what's best for you, but sometimes their idea of what's best doesn't align with what actually makes you happy. We talked for another hour about wedding planning and relationship expectations. Pablo was genuinely excited about marrying Anna, and I found myself hoping that maybe she would be different with him. Over the following weeks, I continued building a relationship with Pablo while observing Anna's behavior. I noticed she was already beginning to rewrite Pablo's history and preferences, just as she'd done with Lucas. Pablo doesn't really enjoy hiking, Anna announced during a family dinner, despite Pablo telling me days earlier about his plans to hike the Appalachian Trail. Pablo thinks we should have a small wedding, she said. Even though Pablo had mentioned wanting to celebrate with his large extended family, I watched Pablo's face during these moments, looking for signs that he noticed the discrepancies. Sometimes I caught a flicker of confusion, a moment where he seemed to question whether Anna's version of his preferences was accurate, but he never corrected her directly, and I could see him gradually beginning to doubt his own thoughts and feelings. It was happening again, and this time I had a front row seat to Anna's systematic dismantling of another person's sense of self. The question was, what was I going to do about it? My plan began to take shape when I discovered that Anna was already cheating on Pablo. I hadn't been looking for evidence of infidelity, but Anna's patterns were so predictable that certain behaviors stood out. She'd started working late more frequently, claiming her design firm had landed a major new client. But when I drove past her office building one evening, her car wasn't there. A few strategic inquiries revealed that her ex-husband, Derek, had been seen around town recently. I confirmed my suspicions by following Anna one Thursday evening when she claimed to be working late. Instead of going to her office, she drove to the Marriott Hotel downtown and met Derek in the lobby. They embraced like lovers, not like exes who happened to be in the same city. This was the ammunition I needed, but I had to be strategic. If I simply told Pablo that Anna was cheating, he might not believe me. After all, Anna had positioned me as the unstable sister with personal issues. I needed Pablo to discover the truth in a way that would be impossible for Anna to explain away. I started documenting Anna's deception systematically. I took photos of her car at the Marriott when she claimed to be at the office. I tracked her social media activity and noticed she was posting work-related content during times when she was actually with Derek. I even managed to get a photo of Anna and Derek together through the hotel restaurant window. But I also needed Pablo to witness Anna's true nature firsthand. Not just her infidelity, but her manipulative behavior. I needed him to see what I'd seen, to understand how she operated when she thought no one was watching. My opportunity came during our cousin Sarah's birthday party at a local restaurant. It was a large family gathering, and I knew Anna would be performing for the crowd, showcasing her charming public persona while subtly undermining other people. I arrived early and positioned myself strategically where I could observe Anna's interactions. I brought a small digital recorder and placed it discreetly on the table, hoping to capture Anna's behavior when she thought she was among only trusted family. Pablo arrived with Anna, and I watched her immediately begin her usual routine. She complimented Aunt Patricia's dress while making a subtle dig about how it made her look younger. She praised our cousin Michael's new job while mentioning that she'd heard the company was struggling financially. It was masterful manipulation disguised as loving concern, and Pablo was getting his first real look at how Anna operated in family settings. "Anna, you're so thoughtful to worry about everyone," Pablo said during a lull in conversation. "I just want what's best for my family," Anna replied sweetly. "Sometimes that means being honest about things other people might not want to face." That's when I decided to test something. "Speaking of honesty," I said casually, "Pablo, didn't you say you were excited about that hiking trip you're planning?" Pablo's face lit up. "Oh yeah, I've been researching trails for months. I want to do sections of the Appalachian Trail over the next few years." Anna's expression tightened almost imperceptibly. "Pablo's not really a hiker," she said dismissively. "He thinks he wants to do these outdoor adventures, but he's more of a homebody." "Actually, I love camping," Pablo said, looking confused. "I've been hiking since college." "You say that, but you complained about the mosquitoes the whole time we went to the lake last month," Anna replied with a patronizing smile. I watched Pablo's face as he processed this exchange. I could see him trying to reconcile Anna's version of his interests with his own knowledge of what he enjoyed. The evening's real breakthrough came when Anna stepped away to use the restroom. She left her phone on the table and it buzzed with a text message. The preview showed, "Can't wait to see you tomorrow night. Same place. D." Pablo glanced at the phone, then looked at me with confusion. "Who's D?" I could have told him about Derek right then, but I knew it would be more powerful if he discovered the truth himself. "I don't know," I said honestly. "Maybe you should ask Anna when she gets back." When Anna returned, Pablo was holding her phone. "You got a text from someone named D. Should I be worried?" Anna's reaction was immediate and telling. Instead of laughing it off, she grabbed the phone quickly and said, "It's just work stuff. Derek from the marketing department." Pablo's expression shifted. Anna had just lied to his face and we both knew it. Derek wasn't from any marketing department. He was her ex-husband. The week leading up to Anna's wedding was when everything unraveled completely. Pablo had been quietly investigating the inconsistencies he'd noticed in Anna's behavior, and I'd been feeding him just enough truth to help him see the pattern. The final piece fell into place when Maya presented Pablo with evidence that Anna had been spreading false information about his own friends and family. Anna had told Pablo that his sister thought he was making a mistake getting married so quickly, when his sister had never said any such thing. She'd convinced him that his best friend had expressed concerns about their relationship, when the friend had actually told multiple people how happy he was for Pablo. "She's been isolating me?" Pablo told me during an emergency coffee meeting 3 days before the wedding. "She's made me doubt my own judgment about people I've known for years." "I'm sorry this is happening," I said, and I genuinely meant it. Despite my desire for justice, I took no pleasure in watching Pablo discover that the woman he loved was systematically manipulating him. "There's more," he said, pulling out his phone. "I hired a private investigator to follow her last week. I needed to know if she was really working late or if something else was going on." The photos on his phone showed Anna and Derek together at the Marriott, at a restaurant across town, and entering Derek's apartment building. The timestamps proved that Anna had been lying about her whereabouts for weeks. "I confronted Derek yesterday," Pablo continued. "He said they've been seeing each other since her divorce was finalized. He thinks she's been single this whole time." He had no idea she was engaged to me. The scope of Anna's deception was staggering. She'd been living parallel lives, manipulating both men while planning a wedding to one and maintaining a relationship with the other. "What are you going to do?" I asked. "I'm going to expose her," Pablo said firmly. "Not just the cheating, but everything. The lies, the manipulation, the way she's tried to control every aspect of my life." "Pablo, are you sure? There are a lot of people who still believe Anna's version of events about everything. That's exactly why they need to hear it. How many other people has she done this to? How many relationships has she destroyed?" I thought about Lucas, about Derek, about all the family members who'd been subjected to Anna's subtle manipulations over the years. Pablo was right. Anna's pattern needed to be exposed. "When?" I asked. "Tomorrow night at the rehearsal dinner in front of everyone." The rehearsal dinner was held at the country club Anna had insisted on, despite Pablo's preference for something more casual. 50 people gathered in the elegant dining room. Family members, close friends, and wedding party members who had no idea they were about to witness the complete destruction of Anna's carefully crafted reputation. Pablo waited until after dinner, when people were relaxed and expecting traditional toasts. He stood up with his champagne glass, and the room fell quiet. "Thank you all for being here tonight," he began, his voice steady and clear. "Before Anna and I exchange vows tomorrow, I think it's important for everyone to know exactly who they're celebrating." I saw Anna's smile falter slightly, but she probably thought Pablo was about to give a romantic speech. "Over the past few months, I've discovered that Anna has been living a double life," Pablo continued. "She's been having an affair with her ex-husband, Derek, while planning our wedding. But more than that, she's been systematically lying to me about my own thoughts, preferences, and relationships." The room went completely silent. Anna's face had gone pale, but she was still trying to maintain her composure. Pablo pulled out his phone and began displaying the photos the private investigator had taken. "These were taken last week while Anna told me she was working late." Gasps and murmurs rippled through the room as people saw the clear evidence of Anna's infidelity. "The wedding is off," Pablo announced. "I won't marry someone who has shown such consistent disregard for honesty and respect." Anna stood up abruptly, her mask finally dropping completely. "You're all going to regret this," she said, her voice cold with fury. "Every single one of you will regret turning against me." Then she walked out, leaving behind a room full of people who were finally seeing her clearly for the first time. 1 year later, I'm sitting in my new apartment in Portland, Oregon, watching the rain fall against my window and reflecting on how dramatically my life has changed. The woman who once let her sister systematically destroy her relationships is gone, replaced by someone who knows her own worth. Moving across the country was the best decision I ever made. I transferred within my company to their Portland office, got a promotion to senior marketing coordinator, and found an apartment in a neighborhood full of coffee shops and bookstores. For the first time in years, I'm building a life that belongs entirely to me. I'm also in love again. His name is Marcus, and he's a librarian at the main branch downtown. We met when I was looking for books about family dynamics and psychological manipulation. Marcus approached me in the psychology section, and instead of judging my reading choices, he recommended 3 additional books that had helped him process his own difficult family relationships. Our first date lasted 6 hours. We talked about books, travel, family complications, and the ways people learn to rebuild themselves after toxic relationships. Marcus listened to my story about Anna without trying to minimize it or find excuses for her behavior. "You're not responsible for fixing people who don't want to be fixed," he told me during one of our early conversations. "And you're not obligated to keep accepting abuse just because it comes from family." Those words were revolutionary to me. I'd spent so many years believing that family meant enduring Anna's behavior, that good sisters accepted whatever treatment they received. Marcus showed me what healthy love looks like. He celebrates my successes instead of diminishing them. When we disagree, we talk through our differences instead of one person manipulating the other. He's introduced me to his friends and family as someone he's genuinely proud to be with. We're talking about moving in together next year, and for the first time, I'm approaching a major relationship milestone with excitement instead of anxiety. As for Anna, the consequences of her exposed behavior have been exactly what she deserved. Within a month of the canceled wedding, Derek had also figured out that she'd been lying to him about her relationship status. He ended their affair immediately, leaving Anna without either of the men she'd been manipulating. Our parents initially tried to defend Anna, but as more details emerged about her pattern of manipulation, including evidence Maya provided about the lies Anna had spread about our father during her divorce, even they began to see the truth. Anna moved to another state, supposedly for a fresh start, but I suspect it was because her reputation in our hometown had become irreparable. Maya tells me that Anna has tried to contact various family members, attempting to resurrect old relationships and rebuild her image, but most people remain skeptical. She's also tried to reach out to me directly. I've received emails, text messages, and even a handwritten letter in which Anna alternately apologizes, blames me for destroying her wedding, and tries to convince me that we should put the past behind us. I delete every message without responding. I've learned that Anna views any response, even rejection, as an opening for further manipulation. The only way to truly protect myself from her influence is to maintain complete no contact. Some people think this makes me cold or unforgiving. Dr. Rebecca helped me understand that forgiveness doesn't require exposing yourself to continued harm. You can forgive someone for your own peace while still maintaining boundaries that protect your well-being, she explained. Forgiveness and trust are two different things. Anna has never shown genuine remorse or made real efforts to change her patterns. Until she does, if she ever does, maintaining distance is the healthiest choice. Maya visits me in Portland sometimes, and we've built a strong relationship based on honesty and mutual respect. You saved me, she told me during her last visit. Watching you stand up to Mom showed me that I didn't have to accept her behavior either. That might be the most meaningful outcome of this entire experience. Knowing that my willingness to speak the truth helped protect someone else from Anna's manipulation. Pablo has also moved on and is thriving. He started dating a woman named Jennifer about 6 months ago, and their relationship is based on mutual respect and honest communication. I'm proud of the woman I've become. I'm proud that I fought back when it mattered, that I helped expose Anna's behavior before she could destroy more relationships, and that I had the courage to build a completely new life. Some bridges are meant to be burned. Some relationships are too toxic to preserve, even when they involve family. Sometimes the healthiest thing you can do is walk away from people who consistently choose to hurt you. I'm finally at peace with all of it. Anna can no longer hurt me, and more importantly, she can no longer use me as a weapon to hurt other people. I'm free, genuinely free for the first time in my adult life. Now on to the next story. Story 7. Dad called me a burden and kicked me out at 17 to make room for my stepsister. When I got back on my feet, Dad came to ask for money for her education. I laughed and said, "When my mother died, I thought the worst had already happened. I was 17, barely holding myself together, and drowning in grief. She was the glue that held our family together, and without her, everything fell apart almost immediately. My father, who had always seemed reliable, didn't even let the dust settle. For months after the funeral, he announced that he was getting married to a woman named Scarlett. Scarlett was no stranger. She was a coworker he'd been friendly with for years. At the time, I thought it was just his way of coping, throwing himself into something to avoid dealing with his feelings, but even then, it felt fast. Too fast. I wasn't the only one who thought that. Relatives whispered at family gatherings. Old friends stopped coming around, and even my Aunt Sarah, my mother's sister, called him out on how disrespectful it looked. But he brushed it all off, saying it was his life and his rules. Scarlett wasn't the only new arrival. She had a daughter, Brittany, who was 16, just a year younger than me. They moved into our house within weeks of the wedding. I didn't even have time to adjust to my mother's absence before this new family came storming in. At first, I tried to make the best of it. Brittany and I were forced to share a room because Scarlett insisted on turning my mom's old office into her own space. "It's better for everyone that way," my dad told me. Brittany acted sweet around him, calling him Dad within a month and baking cookies like a sitcom daughter. Scarlett played the role of the perfect wife, doting on my dad in public and throwing subtle jabs at me in private. They pretended to be a perfect family unit, but I could see through it. The tension at home was unbearable. Brittany never respected my space, treating our shared room like it was all hers. She threw her clothes everywhere, played music when I was trying to sleep, and even went through my things once or twice. Scarlett was no better. She had this passive-aggressive way of making me feel like I didn't belong, like I was some remnant of my father's past life that she had to tolerate. The only thing that kept me sane was school and work. I had a part-time job at a local diner and saved what little money I could. But even that didn't prepare me for what my dad dropped on me one night. It was just the two of us at home. Scarlett and Brittany had gone shopping. My dad called me into the living room, which immediately made me nervous. He rarely wanted to talk anymore unless it was to lecture me about something. But this time he seemed nervous, avoiding eye contact as he began. "Look, there are 4 of us here now," he said. "I know it's hard for you to share a room with Brittany, so I was thinking." He paused, as if waiting for me to fill in the blanks. When I didn't, he continued, "You're going to be 18 soon, and it's time for you to start living like a man. Get a job, support yourself, and move out." I just stared at him. At first, I thought he was joking, but he wasn't. He even suggested that I could leave the very next day. "It will be good for you," he added, as if kicking me out of the house was some kind of motivational pep talk. I couldn't say anything. I just nodded and went to the bathroom. I don't often cry, but that night, I couldn't stop. The next day, I packed my things and left. My dad didn't even try to say goodbye. He just acted like it was a normal day. I went to Aunt Sarah's house, not knowing what else to do. She was shocked when I told her what had happened, but she didn't hesitate to let me stay with her. Her husband and son took me in as well, and for the first time in months, I felt like someone actually cared about what I was going through. That was the day I realized I was on my own. Living with Aunt Sarah was like a breath of fresh air. She and Uncle Chris treated me like family, something I hadn't felt in a long time. My cousin Jake, who was about my age, quickly became like a brother to me. He knocked on my door to see if I wanted to shoot hoops or grab a burger. It was small stuff, but after everything I'd been through, it mattered. Still, I couldn't shake the bitterness I felt toward my dad. Every time I thought about him kicking me out of the house, I felt this mixture of anger and shame. I hated that I had cried over it. I hated that I even cared. But most of all, I hated how easily he had replaced me with Scarlett and Brittany. Aunt Sarah told me I could stay as long as I needed, but I didn't want to freeload. I took every shift I could at the diner, saving every penny. I even started doing odd jobs on the weekends, mowing lawns, walking dogs, whatever paid. It wasn't glamorous, but it kept me busy and gave me a sense of control. By the time I turned 18, I was juggling 3 different jobs. It was exhausting, but it felt good to know that I was on my own. Aunt Sarah and Uncle Chris have been my biggest cheerleaders. They helped me open a savings account, taught me how to budget, and even co-signed for my first car, a beat-up Honda Civic. Word of my dad's new life spread quickly through our family. At every holiday or gathering, someone would bring it up. Apparently, Scarlett and Brittany were still playing the perfect family act, but cracks were beginning to show. Brittany was skipping school and spending all her time with a sketchy boyfriend, while Scarlett had blown through most of my dad's savings on shopping sprees and spa days. "You're better off without her," Aunt Sarah told me one night, and I knew she was right. By the time I was 20, I finally felt like I had my life together. I wasn't rich by any means, but I was making about $5,000 a month from a mix of freelance work and part-time gigs. I had a decent place to live, a reliable car, and enough savings to take the occasional weekend trip. Life was stable, even enjoyable. I barely spoke to my father during those years. We'd exchange a quick, "Happy birthday" or "Merry Christmas" on the phone, but that was it. I never saw him in person. I wasn't ready, and frankly, I didn't think he deserved it. Then, out of the blue, he called me. It was a typical Tuesday night. I had just gotten home from work when my phone buzzed. His name flashed on the screen, and for a second, I thought about ignoring it, but curiosity got the better of me. "Hey," I replied, my voice flat. "Hey, son," he said, as if nothing had happened. I was hoping we could talk in person. I hesitated. Why? There's something important I need to discuss with you, he said. Can we meet at Aunt Sarah and Uncle Chris's house tomorrow? I didn't want to say yes, but part of me wanted to hear what he had to say, so I said yes. The next evening, I drove to Aunt Sarah's house, my stomach in knots. He was waiting for me outside, leaning against his car like he didn't care. He smiled when he saw me, but I didn't smile back. We started with small talk. He asked how I was, what I'd been up to, how work was going. I kept my answers vague, not giving him much to go on. After a few minutes, he got to the point. I've seen some of your Instagram posts, he said. You've been traveling, buying nice things. You seem to be doing well. I shrugged. I'm doing well. He nodded, then hesitated before saying, I was hoping you could help me with something. Here it was. I knew there must be a reason for this sudden interest. What do you mean? I asked. It's Brittany, he said, as if I should have seen it coming. She wants to go to college, but tuition is expensive. Scarlett and I were having trouble covering it. I stared at him, waiting for the punchline, but he was serious. You have money now, he continued. You're her brother. Don't you think you should help? I couldn't help myself. I laughed. Not just a little chuckle, but a full, bitter laugh. Are you serious? I said. You kicked me out of the house to make room for her. And now you want me to pay for her education? He tried to backtrack and say it wasn't like that, but I wasn't having it. You made it clear years ago where I stood in your life, I said. Don't expect anything from me now. He called me selfish, said I was holding a grudge, but I didn't care. I told him we were done, got in my car, and drove away. I thought that was the end of it. I had said my piece, driven away, and fully expected my dad to disappear from my life again. But it wasn't over. 2 weeks later, Scarlett called. I barely recognized her voice at first because I hadn't spoken to her directly in years. She skipped the pleasantries and got right to the point. Your father's been a wreck since your little stunt, she said, her tone sharp. He barely eats, he's stressed all the time. Do you really hate him that much? Scarlett, I don't know what you think is going on here, I said, already regretting picking up the phone. I'm not paying for Brittany's college, and I'm not coming back to this circus of a family. That's not what this is about, she snapped. This is about you ruining him. He just wants to make things right, and you're making it impossible. I hung up. I didn't want to get sucked into her drama, but the conversation was bothering me more than I wanted to admit. The thought of my father barely eating made me feel guilty, no matter how much I hated what he had done. Couldn't sleep that night. Part of me wondered if I should have handled things differently, not for Scarlett or Brittany, but for my father. Maybe he really was trying to make amends, even if he went about it in the worst possible way. Then, out of nowhere, another twist came crashing into my life. It was a Sunday afternoon, and I was working on a freelance project when Aunt Sarah called. Her voice was shaky, almost panicked. Did you hear about your dad? She asked. No, why? I said, my chest tightening. He's in the hospital. Scarlett called me. I just sat there for a second, trying to process what she'd said. Apparently, he had collapsed at work and had been rushed to the emergency room. The doctors thought it was a heart attack. I didn't know what to feel. Anger, sadness, guilt, maybe all of it. But I knew one thing. I wasn't ready to face him. Still, Aunt Sarah urged me to go. You'll regret it if you don't, she said. So I went. Walking into the hospital room felt surreal. My father looked so much older than I remembered. He was pale, hooked up to machines, and barely resembled the man I grew up with. Scarlett sat next to him, dabbing at her eyes with a tissue, while Brittany scrolled through her phone in the corner. He turned his head when he saw me, and his eyes lit up for a moment. You came, he said weakly. I nodded but said nothing. Scarlett didn't waste any time. She stood up and put on her best concerned wife act. He asked for you, she said. You should talk. She and Brittany left, leaving us alone. I'm sorry, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. For everything. Caught me off guard. He looked genuinely remorseful, like he was carrying the weight of his mistakes. I didn't know what to say. I was wrong to kick you out, he went on. I was wrong about a lot of things. I didn't know how to handle things after your mom died. I wanted to believe him, I really did, but part of me couldn't forget all those years of neglect, the way he'd chosen Scarlett and Brittany over me. I'm glad you're doing well, he said. I see it on Instagram. You've made a good life for yourself. I nodded again, still not sure how to respond. Before I could say anything, the door burst open and Scarlett stormed in, looking furious. What are you doing? She snapped. Why are you apologizing? He's the one who abandoned this family. I froze. Are you serious? I said, finally finding my voice. You think you're the victim here? She shot back, ignoring me and glaring at my father. You're the one who made this family fall apart. It was chaos. My dad tried to calm her down, but his voice was too weak. Brittany, who had come back at some point, was laughing at something on her phone, completely disconnected from what was happening. I couldn't take it anymore. I left the room, my mind racing. That night, Aunt Sarah called me again. I need to tell you something, she said, her voice hesitant. What now? I asked, pulling myself together. It's about Scarlett. Apparently, she's been cheating on your dad. I felt like the rug had been pulled out from under me. Sarah explained that Scarlett had been dating a rich guy behind my dad's back for months. She had only stuck around because she thought my dad could still provide for Brittany. But now that his health was failing and his finances were drying up, she was planning to leave him. She's leaving tomorrow, Sarah said. She already told Brittany. I didn't know whether to feel angry or vindicated. This woman had destroyed my family, and now she was going to walk away like none of it mattered. The next day it happened. Scarlett packed her things, took Brittany, and left my father alone for the first time in years. He called me, not to ask for money or help, but just to talk. I don't know what to do, he admitted. I didn't have an answer for him. After Scarlett left, my dad hit rock bottom. Aunt Sarah told me that he texted her almost every day, apologizing for everything he'd done. I didn't respond. I couldn't. I needed time to process everything. The hospital visit, Scarlett's betrayal, and his sudden change in attitude. To my surprise, my father began to recover. His health improved faster than anyone expected. When he was discharged, he looked stronger, though the weight of everything that had happened was still etched on his face. I didn't visit him after he came home, but I kept hearing updates from Aunt Sarah. Apparently, Scarlett's boyfriend, that rich guy she'd been seeing behind my dad's back, had been coming to their house almost every day while my dad was in the hospital. She hadn't even tried to hide it. Scarlett and Brittany were parading the guy right in front of my dad, and the neighbors had started talking. I wasn't sure whether to feel sorry for my dad or be satisfied that he was finally getting a taste of the chaos he brought into my life. Either way, he was alone now, and it seemed that he was finally realizing the consequences of his actions. One night, I got a call from him. For once, he didn't sound angry or defensive. His voice was calm, almost hesitant. I know I don't deserve this, he began. But can you come over? I just want to talk. No drama. No demands, just talk. I wasn't sure why, but I said yes. When I walked into the house, it was like walking into a ghost town. The place was eerily quiet, stripped of Scarlett's gaudy decorations and Brittany's endless clutter. My father was sitting at the kitchen table, staring at a cup of coffee as if it held all the answers. He looked up as I walked in, and for the first time in years, I saw the dad I used to know, the one from before everything fell apart. I screwed up, he said without any preamble. I let you down. I let everybody down. I didn't say anything, just pulled out a chair and sat across from him. I thought I was doing the right thing back then, he went on. I thought starting over with Scarlett would make me happy, but it just tore us apart, and I see that now. I see how much I hurt you. He didn't cry, but his voice broke as he spoke. I never should have thrown you out. I never should have put her in front of you. I'm so sorry. For the first time, it felt like he really meant it. Not just words to smooth things over, not an apology to manipulate me into doing what he wanted. He looked genuinely sorry, like he'd been carrying the weight of his mistakes and was finally ready to admit them. "I know I can't make up for the past," he said, "but I want to try if you'll let me." I sat there for a long time, staring at the man who had once been my hero, the man who had also caused me so much pain. I didn't know if I could forgive him, not yet, but part of me wanted to believe that people could change. "I appreciate the apology," I finally said, "but I'm not ready to go back. I've built a life with Aunt Sarah, and I'm happy there." He nodded, his shoulders slumping slightly, but he didn't argue. "I understand," he said. "Just don't shut me out completely, please." I promised I wouldn't, and I meant it. But I also knew I had to keep my distance, at least for now. As I left the house, I felt a strange mix of emotions. Relief, sadness, and maybe even a glimmer of hope. My dad wasn't perfect, he never would be, but for the first time in years it felt like he was really trying. 6 months passed and things began to change. Not dramatically, but enough to feel different. My weekly visits with my father became routine. At first, they were awkward. The conversation stayed on the surface, work, the weather, how the neighbors were doing. But over time, we began to connect again, little by little. He seemed different, calmer, almost humbled. The house felt different, too. It was like a piece of my mom had been brought back. Her old photos on the walls, the little figurines she used to collect neatly lined up on a shelf. My dad even mentioned how he'd started taking care of her old garden in the backyard. One day, he surprised me. "I've been thinking," he said, as we sat in the living room. "I owe a lot of people an apology. Not just you, but everyone I've hurt." It wasn't like him to admit such a thing. My father had always been stubborn, the kind of person who rarely said he was wrong. "I want to bring everyone together," he continued. "Just once, to say what I have to say." I wasn't sure what to think, but I agreed to show up when the time came. A few weeks later, he hosted a dinner at a local restaurant. He invited Aunt Sarah, Uncle Chris, and a bunch of relatives I hadn't seen in years. Some of them still seemed skeptical of him, unsure if he was serious about making amends. The dinner began like any other family gathering. Polite small talk, passing plates of food, a few awkward silences. But after everyone had eaten, my father stood up and cleared his throat. "I want to thank you all for coming," he began, his voice steady but low. "I've made a lot of mistakes. I've been selfish. I've let people down, especially my own son." He looked at me, his expression soft. "I thought I was doing what was best for me, but I hurt the people who mattered most." The room fell silent as he continued. "I know I can't go back and undo what I did, but I want you all to know how deeply sorry I am." He paused and took a deep breath. "And I missed them every single day. I missed them." He didn't have to say her name. Everyone knew he meant my mother. It wasn't a dramatic moment. No tears or outbursts, but you could feel the weight of his words. For the first time in years, he wasn't deflecting or making excuses. He was just honest. After that night, the tension that had hung over our family for so long began to ease. Things weren't perfect, too much had happened for that, but they were better. My father stayed in the house, working part-time and spending his weekends in the garden or visiting old friends. As for me, I decided it was time to move out of Aunt Sarah's house. I found a small apartment near where I worked. It wasn't much, just a little one-bedroom with a leaky faucet and creaky floors, but it felt like a fresh start. Aunt Sarah and Jake helped me move in, and when we were done, we sat on the floor eating pizza and laughing. Life went on for everyone. My dad and I stayed in touch and still saw each other every week. Aunt Sarah and Uncle Chris remained the rock of the family, always there to support me when I needed them. The resentment I had carried for so long began to dissipate, replaced by something I hadn't felt in years. Peace. Life slowly settled into a rhythm. My father and I continued our weekly visits, and while things would never be the same, the anger I'd carried for years was gone. He seemed determined to be better, not just for me, but for himself. I stayed in my small apartment, enjoying the independence it gave me. Aunt Sarah still checked in regularly, sometimes dropping by with homemade meals or inviting me to family dinners. Even though I'd moved out, I knew I'd always have a place with her if I needed it. My father stayed busy tending to the garden and catching up with old friends. He even joined a local book club, which was so unlike him that I almost didn't believe it when he told me. One Saturday, as we sat on his back porch drinking coffee, he said, "You know, I've been thinking a lot about your mom lately. She wouldn't be proud of the way I handled things, but I hope she'd be proud of what I'm trying to do now." I didn't know how to answer, so I just nodded. Sometimes words weren't necessary. We were far from perfect, but for the first time in a long time, it felt like we were okay. We have reached the end. If you enjoyed this video, please be sure to like and subscribe to the channel for more videos like this, and give us your thoughts about the stories in the comments section. Thank you and see you in the next video.